yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
People for food. Now build no houses and now build no school. Take them off the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what the man now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them are talk, them are the one who are crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, you'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, to promise him up all eyes on him. I defend the people that set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the book of them not wise like him. Them are not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, we'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized sides for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. From himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. How long them gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Take them off the handle, but of the most high rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Say from himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. From himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
Greetings, and salutations, family, friends, people everywhere, from near, from far.
People for food.
You know what time it is?
This is not build no school. Take them off the handle, but of the most high rule. They better stop criticizing.
Yeah, it's that time.
You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day.
I can tell you this, people. Let me tell you this. I tell you, say, people are burn candle at both ends, and several sections between.
Risking life for the people every day. Get
Things are rough around here,
every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say. Step from him, step up all eyes on him. I defend
Without further ado,
on him. Even on
I invite you to call your friends,
him.
friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Call somebody, anybody, everybody.
Him. Them know say that the people
Me, Kevin Stew,
know say
hanging out to the one and only, the rebel.
that's why all the people them respect.
Yes, 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 yes. Can you hear me? You can't hear me? You can't hear me?
Yes, man, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Can you hear this?
He's bad. He's
Yep.
bold. He's unforgettable. He's the rebel.
The rebel, the rebel, the rebel, the rebel is back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University with the provost and, of course, the professor, DJ Kevin Stew. Now, listen, by the way, you know, we have to still keep our people in our prayers, people suffering from Melissa, because believe it or not, people are still suffering from Melissa, and people are suffering from what's been going on before Melissa and after Melissa. So we have to keep those people in our prayers. Now, must tell you that last week, the professor joined me and we had a wonderful, wonderful time. We have a new system. I wish I could show it to you. I have no idea what the hell I'm looking at, except it looked pretty. And the professor promised me, he said, listen, all of the issues you had with your mic in the past, all of the issues you had with feedback in the past, all of the issues you have in the past. So he said, the one issue that was in the past and is still present is the user issue. And I can tell you that we're going to have lots of user issues because I'm looking at this thing, it's pretty like a Christmas tree with levers and slides and what do you call the one here with the dashboard, what do you call it?
Oh, the touch screen?
Touch screen and all kinds of, listen to this.
He's bad. He's bold. He's unforgettable. He's the rebel.
Yes, indeed. The rebel is bad.
Oh, see.
And show off. So we have a wonderful program as usual. Today we have two guests, and we'll get to that in a second. But let me just quickly say that tonight I plan to do the show. I have a dear friend, a brother of mine who will be in town, and I don't know, maybe I'll have to hook up with him later on. So I'm not sure, but I should know by the end of this broadcast. So, and tonight we're going to play selections from Sly and Robbie. And when I say selections, any music that the music we're playing is music that they had something to do with it. Some of them, they were musicians on it. Some of them, they were arrangers, etc. But everything we play tonight, Sly and Robbie will have their fingerprints all over it. So there you go. Don't forget, it's at 10 to midnight. See, I've been away for so long. And when I've been away, I was here last week. It's just the midweek programs, you know. I haven't appeared on any of them, and it seems to me as if I've been away for a long time. And people have written to me and say, hey, welcome back. But it's good to be missed. It's good to be missed. So before going any further, Professor, you want to tell the people about your trip last week, and because you're still I think you're still trying to recover from it.
I'm still tired from that. I'm still tired. As a matter of fact, traveling Sunday, some of the things that we wanted to get done, we couldn't get done because of the storm that was rolling in and the fact that I had to get out before the storm came. And so all week we've still been remotely trying to make sure that some things are lined up properly, and it's still not completely done yet. So there's still work in progress. And then there are things that I am dealing with on my side. So they talk about fractions of sleep. I feel like I'm keeping rebel hours.
You know
As
what?
well.
You know what? The professor just gave me my justification for any mistakes around here. Because you hear what he said. He said he didn't finish. That he didn't finish. He said that. So,
Nope.
and the producers are asking him to return or to return and help me figure out all of this stuff here. It look pretty though. Look pretty. So, you know, all kinds of lights are flashed away. So that's where
Camera change and all kind of thing.
there you go. There you go. And if you don't notice, we don't have the mic. It's not gonna notice that. I'm not hearing me loud and clear. So there you go. Easy like Sunday. Still. Let's just call it a work in progress at this point in time. Come Reason with Rattigan, the Wednesday night program. We didn't do it last week. We didn't do it the week before, I believe. But we hope to do it next week. Part of that is because I have a lot of things going on. And I just have to, most of them, they're time sensitive. And I just have to get to them. So just bear with me. Bear with me. All right. Greetings to everyone. All of the regular people that we get a shout out to, and all of the people that we should have given a shout out to and we didn't. Thanks to all of you for your continued support. And we will move forward in unison. So we have tried, if you notice, we have tried to breeze through the program today because we have a lot that we have to cover. And we want to make sure when we cover it that you fully understand. You know, Professor, somebody, a dear friend of the program, she said to me this week, she said, one of the complaints is that we use too many big words around here. I said, really? I said, no, I don't think so, because what we do is we try, and even if we use big words, the big words are on paper. And then when we read them, we say, okay, let's tell you what that means. But she said some people, young people too, they're saying that if we could have, it's not dumb it down, but if we could have used more everyday language. I'll take that point. So we'll try to do that going forward.
But I'm thinking about it now, and I probably use more big words in the week than you do on a Saturday.
Right.
But if that is one person's complaint, it's something to take into consideration.
It's a community complaint.
Yeah. And it's not to say that anything is being adjusted to meet any one person. It's just that we want as many people as possible to get a grasp of what we're talking about. But here's the other side of it though, Will. If there is something, and this is something that I was told as I was growing up, you come across a word you don't know, you need to go look it up.
Yeah.
And this is how we grow individually. It's a part of our growth.
Yeah.
Everything can be fed to you.
I don't think these people they're motivated to do that though. And because we want to, pitch a big tent, the complaint is it's not even a complaint. It was just a suggestion, and it's well taken, and we will do our level best to make sure that that whenever we explain, or as we say, expound on things, that it reaches everyone. So, and again, see, this is what we talk about when we say constructive criticism, because that's how I view it. And I say, hey, it's constructive. You know what I mean? They said, hey, look, we're part of the community too, and if you could just go a little bit extra so that we can understand everything that's being said, then we will do it. No problem. OT said always define the words. By the way, big up producer Joan, big up producer OT, and big up the production crew. Big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. And all of you out there who call me during the week just to check on me, just to make sure everything is okay. It didn't go unnoticed. Trust me. It's not like you remember when there was something going on in the United Nations one time, and I think the president was George Bush, right? And he said that we're taking notes of the people who didn't vote for the US's position. Well, I'm taking notes of all the people who are calling me and say, hey, we're just checking on you just to make sure you're all right. No, just joking. But it's heartwarming, when people call and say, hey, just thinking about you and the rest of the crew and hope everything is okay. Yeah, but not.
It does make a difference. It really does.
And big up everybody in the chat: Canada, the US, Jamaica, the UK, we also the Middle East, but I don't know if they're watching from the Middle East now, because whole heap of things are going on over there. So we just pray for everybody.
Yeah.
You could jump in and up and producer Joan thing. Rattigan University. Let me say a shot for us, yeah. SSB, featured as usual. Lies are dispelled, truth is upheld around here. Shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. By the way, spring semester, week 8. We're coming up on our midterm. Producer Joan reminded me today. And we're going to have a pop quiz pretty soon. But we're coming up on our midterm. So I hope that you've been reviewing your notes, and you've been reviewing the program. And so if there is something there that you don't understand before the exam, you can always post it in the chat and we will answer it. Pauline, I like this program is not a bagger, so that's why I like the big words. I will Google. All right, Pauline, big up yourself, Pauline. I like that. I know a bagger program. Love it.
Well, we'll always have a mixed bag of reactions to certain things, and that is fine. That's how communities work.
Yeah. Dee Marie, condolences to the families of the students who lost their lives in Iran. This morning when it started, I actually was up. Well, Professor, that's what's new. I was actually when the first breaking news came in. And I'm kind of surprised that Mr. Jeffrey Tavares didn't do the breaking news at 2 a.m. yeah, he did it much later on, but that's okay.
He was busy at the time.
Yes, OT, can please everybody. Yeah, Miss Mir Edwards from Houston Tech. I don't know if it's a male or female, but Mir Edwards said, them in them bed and I watch. Good. Hey, syllabus. Everybody's been talking about the rural school bus, and everyone should be talking about the rural school bus program.
Indeed.
Because what the minister did was just abominable. Some people say it borders on being criminal, if not criminal, because of what was done, when it was done, how it was done, why it was done. If you go through all the 4 things I just said, you're going to have problems with what he did. And so we have an update. As you know, I sent out my ATIs and they responded, and I'm going to show you the response. And then we're going to go back as a reminder to people, because we don't want this to, well, it won't be a 9-day wonder, because now he's asking for more money, or he's getting more money to go purchase 100 new school buses, as opposed to the 110 new/old school buses. So we don't want that to linger and languish. We're going to keep it up front and center. So we're going to talk about that today. Here's another one that a lot of people thought was a 9-day wonder, the Moroccan fertilizer. Remember, we started talking about this like, 2 years ago or so? About 2 years or so ago.
Yeah, about 2.
And there is an update. And the update, and again, people, all of these things that we're telling you, they're not classified. They're not secret. They're not law enforcement sensitive. No, the information we're providing you is out there in the public domain. But we understand that people don't want to read. And we also understand that people have better things to do than to read. There are people out there trying to put bread on the table. They just don't have the time to go and research. So we said, fine, we will do it and we will provide the information. Now, what you do with that information will determine if you'll be able to put bread on your table or not. Because we just don't want it to be information. You get it, and we want you to share it, and we want you to do something with it, take action. You know, there is and I'll show you a video of her later. There's a lady who seems to think that we are an entertainment. We're in an entertainment program. We're in the business of entertaining people. And I'm trying my level best to convince her otherwise, but I don't think I will, except we hope she will be here next week. And when she comes next week, and I've already told her what the topics will be. It's not about entertainment. It's about holding government accountable. So we shall see. So yeah, the Moroccan fertilizer, the Auditor General has spoken. How many of you have read the Auditor General's annual report? I would hazard a guess to say not many people, and that's fine. I'll ask a second question. How many of you read the initial report, which was done back in, I think, March, April timeframe of last year regarding the Moroccan fertilizer? I will also hazard a guess that not a lot of people, and I will say the same thing that I just said, which is it's fine. It's fine. That's why we're here. We're here to do the research, make the connections, do the analysis, and bring the information to you. And the third topic today, that's a doozy. Under what circumstances would Jamaicans allow a third party to lead the country? And I'm telling you, that is an open discussion. We're going to discuss that. We're going to provide some things, but we're going to ask you to provide your opinion. And maybe we should ask you before we do it, what's your opinion on a third party? Not no. Don't do it now. But when we get close to that segment, we'll ask.
Have your answers ready?
Yeah, please have the answer. Yeah. Think about it now. And then before we get to the segment, we'll just ask you to post your comments as to under what circumstances, if any. You may say, you may end up saying, I don't think a third party is viable in Jamaica. I don't think a third party, I don't think it would work. You could say that as well. Or you could say, I think a third party would work under these circumstances. So we just want to get your view, and then we're going to present something to you. We will do a poll. All right, thanks, Joe. So we're just interested to hear what you have to say, because I'm telling you, the position that we will provide, it's not necessarily a position that we agree with. We're just saying to contribute to the discussion. Here's something that people should take a look at, and then we'll go from there. And then, by the way, we have these three topics by no means are the only topics we're going to discuss. We have Mama Rose. Those of you who watched the Wednesday night program about 3 Wednesdays back, she was on it. Very, very informative, very lively, very engaging person. She will be here today. And we also have Councillor KARL. What is it, KARL Smith?
It's on the next slide.
Oh, it's up there. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Yeah, Kevin, where there, Professor? Yeah. There it is. Comes KARL Smith. Yeah. They will join us. Mama Rose will join us at 5 our time, New York time, and Councillor KARL Smith will join us at 6. He's a councillor for the Knockpatrick district in Manchester. Yeah, in Manchester. I think that's the MP there is Rhoda. Can't remember Rhoda's last name, but you know who I'm talking about. So it's interesting.
Everybody know Rhoda.
Everybody know
her last name.
Well, yeah, all right. I left that one there. So, Professor,
Okay, so of course, friends and family members, we do encourage active listening and open minds. That way, we get to use our time effectively. And coupled with being present, we get the most out of the day. We always try to comment from a constructive position. That way, we don't just have idle chatter. We have real meaningful discussions that encourage and provoke thought. Crawford, yes, thank you, Megawatt, and I'll answer your question about the viewer slash listenership in a minute. Yes, so we comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. We want to celebrate the contributions, said contributions we just mentioned, of others, not just the ones that we like, the ones that we don't like also. And when we're correcting them, we correct them in love, right? So don't try to beat anybody down. We're not calling anybody out of their name, anything like that. We helping to lift each other up. At the end of the day, even if we disagree, we should be encouraging and lifting each other up. That's the only way we're going to maintain unity and grow as a community. And of course, we want to enjoy the experience. I also want to have you keep in mind that those who are watching on YouTube, of course, the commercials will pop in randomly and frequently. So make sure you're live. If you're on a computer, you hover your mouse over the screen. If the word live comes up and there's not a red dot beside it, then you know you're not live. If it does come up with a red dot, go ahead and maintain that. But if it's not, if you don't have a red dot, click on the word live. It should refresh, bring you up to speed. This is something that we need to get into the habit of doing, because when we get into asking questions and looking for a response, we want everybody to be, if not live, as close to it as possible, and not be 10 minutes behind making comments on something that has long passed. Okay? And of course, do like the broadcast. Those of you who are on YouTube, go ahead and like. It helps with the algorithm. It also helps with funds coming into the foundation to get work done. You're going to hear the provost talk about and mention things that the foundation is doing as the afternoon unfolds. And then there are other projects too that the foundation gets involved with. So to keep things going, these are the little things, the one cocoa that full the basket. This is one of them cocos. So keep that in mind as you go through the broadcast. Provost.
Can you hear me? I have to keep saying that because I'm touching all kinds of buttons around here and I'm not sure. So I just, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Big up all of the members.
Proud of you.
It's called touch and go, right? Membership. Big up all of the members, them. And who else is? I just saw something a while ago.
I didn't answer Megawatt.
We'll get to that. All right, next slide. 1% of people will always be honest and never steal. Another 1% will always be dishonest, and the rest will be honest as long as the conditions are right.
Just right.
Think about that, my people. Let that simmer. Let that simmer. Everybody can understand that one. Everybody. 1% of people will always be honest and never steal. Another 1% will always be dishonest, and the rest will be honest as long as the conditions are right. So you know what that is saying when we talk about Jamaican politicians now? It is saying that, look, some people go into politics with a good heart and for a noble cause. But the conditions, the system, it's there for them to take advantage of it. And then, especially when them lickhead with some of the 1% were always dishonest, which is usually going to be the case, because the 1% were dishonest is not the people at the bottom. Not the people at the bottom. Generally speaking, the overwhelming majority of the time, it's the people at the top. And people follow examples. And so if you're a brand new politician and you come in and them say, no man, this is how we do things here, you are going to follow. You're going to follow the lead, because it's one of those things where in Jamaica, you know, the politicians, they vote in blocks. So whatever the issue is, PNP, all the PNP people will vote for whatever, for or against. For or against, all the JLP people vote. Rare is the occasion where you find somebody in one party voting for something offered by another party, except in the case where everybody votes for it. Like, I think the pay increase, I think everybody voted for that. I'm dying to see the record to see who voted against it, Professor. I don't know. I don't know who voted against it, but I would just like to see the record. I'd love to see the record.
I'd love to see the record of those who voted in the first part of the Diaspora elections. But please continue.
Yeah. If you see fraud and don't say fraud, you're a fraud. It's like if you see something, say something, you know? So if you see it and you don't say something, does that make you a part of it? Do you have an obligation, particularly if you're a politician? Do you have an obligation to report fraud? Or you just turn a blind eye? And we know in Jamaica, they're not turning a blind eye. They're going to join. They're going to join it. But for those who won't join and they see it, let's say the opposition, if they see fraud being committed and they don't say anything, are they part of that fraudulent activity?
Are they condoning it?
Yeah. Silence to some degree is acceptance. And if you see it happening and you don't say anything, what does that say about you? Joan Levine says she registered, but she didn't vote. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
You know, we're
going to succeed by fraud. And people, we put these things up because we want to inspire you. We believe that these are nuggets. And they used to have a program in Jamaica. I don't know if some of you, if you're old enough to remember. It's called Nuggets. It was called Nuggets for the Needy. I don't know if you remember that program. If any of you remember that program, shout it out in the chat, please. Nuggets for the Needy. And that's what's going on here. These things are nuggets for the needy, because we need to give you a sense of how to think about these things and not just accept what's going on blindly. And believe me, when we give you these things, we build on them. If you listen to the program, we're building on these things. These are themes that we're building on. Megawatts him not so old. All right, Jugget say, yeah, remember. Devon say, remember. Yeah. Bright Dove, Nuggets for the needy. Yeah.
Boy.
Very in the run-up. Yeah. In fact, I think, you know what? I remember seeing Bob Marley on that program. A young Bob Marley, high like a kite. And when him finished sing, I'll never forget it, him fling down the mic on the ground, which was like something, you know, that wouldn't happen today, yeah. Today it's like par for the course, but back then it wouldn't. Back then what you would say, you'd have see like a U-Roy, choke the mic and spin around and catch it, you know what I mean? That's what you would have said. But I'm on the mic and chew it on the ground. So that's where we are. All right, let me see before we slide into this thing. Important dates, very important dates, people. The midterm exam is March 14th. Between now and then, there will be a pop quiz. There will be, I repeat, there will be a pop quiz between now and then. The final exam is May 30th, and summer school, And by the way, summer school is not for people who fail the course. You know, summer school is for people who
Are here in the summer.
that they want to continue. Yeah, yeah. They said no, we don't want to take a break. We want to continue. Right. So, and that will start on June 6th. Okay, so we'll say a long time Baba dropped mic. Yeah, this was back in the 60s. This was back in the 60s. All right.
I can tell you, I wasn't around in the 60s.
I thought I used to, no, you miss yourself play football on Savage Road. No?
See, that right there.
Kevin?
That would have probably been my father. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Donnelly Fisher says she remembers. Never check. Oh, Eddie, you could have Eddie. We didn't expect you to respond, Eddie, because we know say you know nuggets for the need.
No, just watch it together.
It was late 60s. Maybe late 60s, early 70s. Kayleen. If it was in the 70s, it was early 70s.
I'm a 70s baby. Who did comment? Donna. Yeah, I'm a 70s baby.
Jeffrey Richards said, yeah, I know the program. Fergus James, it was something for the needy. Yeah, it was nuggets for the needy. Yeah, yeah. Not how it went. D. Marie, I remember nuggets, but not how it went. Okay, all right. Let's begin. Here is where we start.
Concern of a possible diplomatic fallout between Jamaica and the United States. This after a U.S. congressman condemned Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness's statement on Cuba, warning that the country will face consequences. Speaking on the opening day of the CARICOM Heads of Government meeting in St. Kitts and Nevis on Tuesday, Prime Minister Holness highlighted the economic hardship, energy shortages, and growing humanitarian challenges being experienced in Cuba. But in a quote post on X referencing Dr. Holness's comments, Congressman Carlos Jimenez accused the GOP government of covering up for the Cuban dictatorship. Jimenez sits on the House Committee on Armed Services and Homeland Security. Now, his post on X didn't specify what those consequences could be. Now, for context, this is what Prime Minister Holness said.
We must address the situation in Cuba with clarity and courage. Cuba is our Caribbean neighbor. Its doctors and teachers have served across our region. Its people are part of our shared history. But today, the Cuban people face severe economic hardship, energy shortages, and growing humanitarian strain. Jamaica is sensitive to the struggles of the Cuban people. Humanitarian suffering serves no one. Apart from our fraternal care and solidarity with the Cuban people, it must be clear that a prolonged crisis in Cuba will not remain confined to Cuba. It will affect migration, security, and economic stability across the Caribbean basin. We must.
In the meantime, Cuba is facing worsening fuel shortages and growing economic strain, with a humanitarian crisis mounting across the island. But according to independent defense analyst and security consultant Dr. Sanjay Badri Maharaj, the situation cannot be blamed solely on U.S. pressure. He says the country's current hardship is being driven by a combination of international pressure and internal challenges.
All right. Look at this question now, Professor. The Prime Minister said we must face this situation with clarity and courage. And he said we must be sensitive to the struggles of the people and that the humanitarian condition will cause issues concerning migration, security, etc. We mustn't forget that this Prime Minister was in charge of CARICOM not too long ago, right? We must also not forget that the Cuban people, struggles he's talking about, they've been under these struggles for, I don't know, decades. And then all of a sudden, our prime minister got up and started make this speech. I don't know who gave him permission to make this speech, because consider that Jamaica is now reviewing, well, the contract with the Cuban government to provide doctors and nurses, etc., to Jamaica. That contract expired. Why? And don't forget, they said that they are now reviewing a new contract, and they will have some different terms and whatnot. Why was it allowed to expire? Why not just continue with the same contract that you had? Why? You know why? Because he was told that, listen, the US policy concerning or regarding Cuba has changed. And so you need to do something about this. And if you remember, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he went around the Caribbean. He went to a couple islands and he was talking to people and said, listen, what you're doing is enriching the Cuban government, not necessarily the Cuban doctors, because the salaries of those people went straight to the Cuban government, not to the individual themselves. The salary, they got paid by the Cuban government, or from the Cuban government. So the way it would work is Jamaica would send money to the Cuban government would then send a salary to the Cuban doctor or nurse working in Jamaica. All this has been going on for a while. And my man now just come up now and start talk up the things. And you see, when he run himself into, no, the previous Moreno, the previous US ambassador, the one before Tapia, he said, it's much ado about nothing, you know, just talk. Look, it may very well be, but you have to prepare as if it's not.
Right.
You have to prepare it as if it's not. And since him say clarity and courage, how come we never hear them speech or them bossy speech about the Haitians? How come we never hear them bossy speech and complain about humanitarian and all? How come we never hear this kind of, yeah, to be honest, they did make speeches, but this kind of bossy speech, we never hear this kind of bossy speech. And not only that, since you have to address it with clarity and courage, why you don't send some help then there? Send some help to Cuba. Send some help. No, Di Maria, I understand what you're saying. It's not the whole thing. He's not defending Cuba. But if you look at the words that he's using to describe the condition, not necessarily to help, but to describe the conditions in Cuba. And at this forum, I never hear him speak out like this when he was in charge of CARICOM. And that would be the time to really, really, really do it. Because you will have carry some weight. But here's the thing. I learned a long time ago that cockroach not forgetting a foul fight. Cockroach not forgetting a foul fight. And it wasn't necessary for him to even do this. And him do it and you see what happened. No, there's blowback. There's blowback. And we don't know what form this might take. All I'm saying to him is that you have to be careful, Mr. Prime Minister, when you're on the international stage, the things that you say. You know, when you're in Jamaica and you say, me no afraid of no bad, that's fine. You know, you appeal to the masses and yeah. But you can't take that attitude and go out on the international stage. People will crush you. Yep. And not only are they gonna crush you, they're gonna crush the poor Jamaican people. And we don't want that. We don't want that. Professor.
You know, I don't know, like you said, who it was that helped him with this speech. But this humanitarian approach that he's taking to it, I commend it. The problem that I see with it is, where is that at home? If we're not seeing it in our own front yard, side yard, backyard, how will I carry it out of port? So, because we're recognized all over the world, our leader is going to get up and say, our head of state is going to get up. No lie, it wasn't him either. our representative is going to get up and talk things where he's not making sure is displayed in our own land. Come on. And who calling him out on it?
You mean the congressman? Or you mean in Jamaica?
In Jamaica. At home. Who calling him out on it?
You know, people have to realize that we, the people of Jamaica, we're also part of the opposition. It's not just the elected members who form the minority in parliament. It's not only they who are the opposition. We too are part of the opposition. We are in the business of holding government accountable, and we're not doing it. We're not doing it. And people, you will hear people say from time to time that what is the opposition doing? And to some degree, I agree with them. There are some issues that the opposition should be out there, loud and clear, front and center, leading the charge. But the opposition in parliament is not the only opposition. We have civil society, we have the religious community, we have the regular community, we have the NGOs and non-governmental organizations, we have the business community. We have lots of communities in Jamaica. We are all part of the opposition, but we don't think that way. So when things happen, we either accept them or we blame others for not standing up and say, what them I do?
Correct.
As opposed to saying, what can we do? Why aren't we doing certain things? So that's where we are with that. But the Prime Minister is out there and he said what he said, and the Congressman responded, and a former ambassador responded to what the Congressman said. So it's an open question as to what is going to happen. It's an open question. If I were advising him based on what's going on and with his position, well, let me just say I wouldn't be advising him. Leave it like that. All right, let me move him. And now let's move on to another topic. And this topic, we're not going to spend a lot of time on it. This topic has to do with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the election that recently took place. Let me just say congratulations to all the winners, because, you know, we're gracious in defeat around here. You know, we're not curse and carry on. We say the people have spoken. That's what we say. The question though is how many people? How many people? Because in the diaspora we have some estimates range somewhere between 3 and 4, 6 million people. And for this election we had 1,700.
Let's go with the low side. 3 million.
All right, 3 million. And of the 3 million, we had only under 1,800 people who registered. We're curious to find out how many people actually voted. We're curious to find out because the people who voted, they've set the mandate for all of us, right? Except in the Northeast. We don't accept the result in the Northeast. We don't. We do not. And let me just make an announcement here, because in the fullness of time, it will come out. So we'll just let people know things that they're going to know. We are going, oh, I see you push me straight. Cute.
You're making a bold statement, sir. People need to see it.
Yeah. What we're planning to do is we're planning to challenge the election in the Northeast. So the winner shouldn't be celebrating, or don't do too much celebrating, because there's a fair chance that we may have to do it over. We may have to do it, and it would mean, and what it would mean the third time that we're going to have the election in the Northeast for this election cycle. That's what it would mean.
Correct.
So I would say to Michelle Tolonil, congratulations. She won.
Yes.
And at the same time, I'd say to her,
Ready up.
temper your celebrations. Temper it. Tone it down, because you may end up in a situation where you have to do it over again. And this time you might end up losing. So, and if that doesn't happen, here's what we're going to do with Michelle. Michelle represents all the people in the Northeast. So I think 1 million plus, right? So what we're going to do is, because she's saying she wants to work with people and this and that. Okay, fine. We're going to put it to the test. Every time we have a problem in the Northeast, any one of you have a problem, we're going to provide you with her email address. Not her personal email address, but the one for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And we're gonna provide you with that. And if there's a phone number, we're gonna provide you with that as well, so that you can call her and say, listen, you are my representative. I have an issue. I need help. And then we take it from there. We're going to make Michelle work this time around. We're not gonna have her just appear at these hoity-toity functions and rub shoulders with these ne'er-do-well politicians. We're not going to have it this time. She's going to have to work. So we're going to provide her with the opportunity to do what she didn't do in her first term, and that is to represent us fully. That's it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to show you a video. We've shown it to you several times before, and the young lady in the video, alongside the Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, she, it is my understanding, she is now being appointed as a honorary consul, which means she can do passports, and there are some other things that she can do. And she's still involved, with the process. She is expected to join us next week or whenever her schedule allows. She also just put out a report that the Global Jamaica Diaspora is involved with. It's actually highlighting their accomplishments. And we're going to just run through it quickly and just ask if you know anything about this or if you benefited from anything that they did. And we also told this young lady that much respect whenever she shows up, and we're going to talk to her about the accomplishments of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. We're going to talk to her about the diaspora policy, and we're going to talk to her about terms of reference. That's what we're going to do. So here we go.
Dr. Chin, how easy it is to get everyone on the same page? Because as the minister just said, you're talking about people from England and Canada and New York and all over the place. And I guess people would have different reasons to be there. And I say, well, all right, I want to do this for Jamaica. Somebody will say, no, I want to do that for Jamaica. How easy it is to get everyone on the same page?
Well, we're an advisory role, so pretty much our input, whether they differ or not, all our input gets collected within the diaspora department, and everything gets used. So it's not a conflict, even though we have differing opinions. The conflict is less than you would think, because all ideas are brought to the table and heard.
Oh, beautiful. Tell me about this election now, how people nominate, where they go, when they go, and what they do.
Well, again, they say connectmeja.com. There is an eligibility requirement. Persons must be of good standing. Persons must demonstrate a willingness, to work with other council members, not to bring the council into disrepute. Persons must demonstrate a willingness to work with the government of Jamaica, because ultimately it's an advisory board. So irrespective of your political opinion or affiliation, the interest is the idea is what is in the best interest of Jamaica and how do we move forward, because all ideas can contend. So we provide a space for that. We also work with our overseas missions, embassies, high commissions and other departments overseas, along with other wider diaspora communities, just to get this thing going. The diaspora elections will be managed by an election committee, and across the 5 regions, 3 in the United States, 1 in the UK and 1 in Canada, and the election committees, they will manage the process of going through vetting the candidates, ensuring that the voter registration is taking place, and ultimately advise us as to who the winners are.
Yeah. Oftentimes, people who are here, we think that the diaspora have no clue as to what's happening here. Really, they're out of touch, really, Dr. Chin, how is it that you, in your role, managed to stay connected to what was really happening on the ground? There is this ideal that how we want Jamaica to be when you're living outside of Jamaica, and then there's actually what's happening on the ground. How did you manage to stay in touch with what was really happening here?
Well, I think one of the good things about the process of the entire council is that we work closely, like Minister said, with our heads of missions, and we have engagement tools that we are in the community. We're engaging in our communities. We have the Diaspora Conference that sets us, when we come home, we get to hear all the things that are happening in Jamaica that are affecting Jamaica. We are connected with our heads of missions so that we know exactly what does Jamaica need. So there does come a point where it's a little difficult trying to remain in contact with Jamaica. But I think the important thing is that we remain on the ground because we're connected with the heads of missions, with our diaspora engagement options that the government has offered, such as the Diaspora Conference. So we're able to get as much information as possible to understand exactly what is needed so that we can provide the resources within our network to be able to assist.
Yep. You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, that young lady, she will be our special guest, hopefully, next week. And we will delve into a lot of the diaspora business with her. She was the only diaspora member on the management council, because there are 4 people on the council, 3 of whom live in Jamaica. All right. Now, let me show you something. She just put out this thing, and I'm curious as to why it wasn't done on an annual basis. And that's one of the things we'll talk to her about. Let me show you this. What is this? Working group. All right, let me show you. Nice glossy thing. Here we go. Here it is. This is a report, December 2022, but I think it was just released. But let me show you something. When you go through this, and I just skim through it, but by the time she gets here next week, Saturday, whenever she shows up, I will be fully knowledgeable about all of these things. But I just took a quick look at this, and where is it? Let me go to there's one on law enforcement, I believe. Prosperity, let me see, working group. Hold on. Did I pass it? Cybersecurity. Oh, this must be the security one. Yeah, safety and security, right? People, let me tell you something. Don't ever be intimidated by glossy manuals or the number of pages. Look past the gloss and read. Just look past the gloss and read. Because what you'll find is a lot of times when you read these things, they're saying a lot about nothing. Here's what I mean. This is talking about, you see it right here, safety and security, cybersecurity, trafficking in person. This is a law enforcement working group, right? And look at the accomplishments. It says They were supposed to allow for a manageable workload. To allow for a manageable workload, the following SDGs were addressed, and Sustainable Development Goals. 16, only one. If you look here, you see that they had several. You look right here, you see 5, 10, 16, 17. Can everybody see that? Okay, hold on a second. Okay, there you go. 5, 10, 16, 17. That's the Sustainable Development Goals. They look at 1, 16. And 16 says, to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Now, let me just tell you that those are just fancy words. It's what we call gobbledygook. It's just words like a string of pearls. But if you stop them and you ask them, explain all of this to me. And we're going to ask the young lady to explain when she gets here. When we say, explain this, what does this mean in everyday? Now, the people who are saying that we use big words around here, this is the example that they should be looking at. This, listen to the words just flow, and then you ask yourself, what does this phrase mean? What does this mean? To promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. How many of you in the diaspora understand that? How many of you? No? Look at the accomplishment. It says, to do number 16, to accomplish number 16, this is what they did. Starts right here. They partnered with the Area 4 Police Civic Committee to collaborate on strategic community interventions. Come on, Shauna. Come on, come on. This means nothing, my people. What they should have said is that because we partnered with Area 4, Area 10, Area this, Area that, we intervened and saved X amount of lives. We did this, we did that, we prevented this from, that is what they must say. When you see committed to collaborate, we partnered to collaborate. It didn't say as we partnered and we collaborated and we did this and we did that. No. So you see all of the stuff there, right, people? This is where you must pay attention to just that alone. Partnered with the Area 4 to collaborate. And now here's the thing. You see where they have partnered, the first word, and you see where they have collaborate, you could use them, interchangeably. So guess what this sentence could have said? It could have said collaborated with the Area 4 Police Civic Committee on strategic community interventions. They didn't need collaborate and partnered. You could use just one. But putting that aside, that is just a stylistic difference. Let's get to the substance. What did they do? What did they do? Tell me how this benefit the people. You must tell me how it benefited the people in the Area 4 Police Civic Committee area. You must. That is what would be substantial to know.
They put ideas together.
Yeah, but ideas, that's not enough. They don't even say that. They just said to collaborate on strategic community interventions. It's just gobbledygook. It's just words. It's just words. You must tell the people that we did this, we did that, we helped the people here, we helped the people there. And the one thing I'm going to be looking for, because I just got these reports, I think last night, and between last night and this morning. Here's something I'm going to be looking at, Professor. I am going to be looking at these two reports. There are two of them, this one here is this one. I don't know when it came up, but I received it last night, December 2022, right? And by the way, why is it prepared by Shauna Chin, the vice chair? when we have 3 people from the government with a lot more resources than Sonachin could ever hope to have? Why is it that the diaspora representative on that 4-member council, why is that person responsible for producing this report? And then here, look at this. Which one is that, the vice chair? Here's the second one. This one is 2025. And again, we see that she's responsible for doing it. Why? Oh, here it is. There it is right there. This one I showed before is 2022. Here's 2025. No, we won't go through them today. We're going to save the best for next week, because here's one thing I'm going to be looking for. I'm going to be looking to see the accomplishments that resulted in the prosperity of the diaspora members and their descendants in the countries where they reside. And I'm paraphrasing some words here, but that phrase from the manual and the terms of reference. I'm going to see how many of you living overseas benefited from everything that they put in this report. That's what I'm going to be looking at.
You know, it's interesting how skillful they are with putting some of these reports together. They collaborate too, like you mentioned, is an event proposed to happen. Not one that did. So there's nothing to be given as a result of that meeting, that collaboration. They may be to discuss ideas of how or when they want to meet to put things on paper, to take action. And I guess that is commendable in some circles.
Right.
For the people that it matters to, the ones that need the help, the ones that are looking for the assistance in the diaspora. Because yes, it's an advisory body, but it's a body to meet the needs, allegedly, of Jamaicans in the diaspora with what they need where they are. Not for people in the diaspora to provide answers and resources to Jamaica, or I should say Jamaicans in Jamaica. So we're going to be meeting. Cool. Tell me when. And follow it up. Here's what you met for. Where's the action?
You know, that we haven't seen, Kevin, you know, something we haven't seen? We haven't seen a report like this concerning the biennial conferences. We haven't seen that. We see this now. And if the 2022 report is put out in 2026, we have a problem with that. So we're going to ask the young lady when she gets here next week, we're going to ask her, when did the 2022 report go out? And if she says, well, it went out in 2026, we have a problem with that. And we're also going to ask her, what about the biennial conference or the conferences? Where are those reports? Because they have, I'm sure when they meet, they come up with an action plan, and we don't see a hot wash. We don't see anything to say, okay, these things we planned on doing, these things we succeeded in doing on an annual basis. We don't see it. Not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. If any of you have seen it, please bring it to my attention. Now, I want to show you something now, Kevin. We just talked about the number of people who registered to vote. And we are curious to see how many people actually voted, because we want to see if there's a trend here between Jamaicans who live in Jamaica, Jamaicans who live overseas, because only 30-something percent, 37% thereabouts of the people who took the time to register to vote in Jamaica actually voted. And so you have to ask yourself, the question, why would you take the time and effort to register to vote, and then you decided not to vote? What caused you not to do it? Similarly, we have 1,700, what's the number again?
1771.
1771, who registered to vote. And we just want to see how many people voted, because we know that when Michelle, I can speak of the Northeast, that's where I live. Michelle Tolonil won her first election with a grand total of, I think, 94 votes. We have over 1 million people living in the Northeast. But anyway, much ado, without further delay here. This is what, I think these numbers are official. There it is. In the Northeast, my region, 504 people registered to vote. It's not good. And when I say not good, I know some of you didn't register because Kevin pointed at me. I was no longer in the race, and some of you who would have registered and voted for me, you decided that you weren't going to do it. I appreciate that stand. I support that stand. In the southern region, 574 people registered to vote. 574. That's where we had Jillian Murray running, and we registered our support of her, and unfortunately someone else won, but we'll get to that. Look in the US West, the lady you saw in the video, Shauna Chin, she's out west. 134 people registered to vote. Big Canada, 469. Look at the UK South, 27 people registered. UK North, 63. Now, if this is a government initiative, and it is, people, this Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, with all the resources and the contacts that it has, the Jamaican government, that is, how come they could only muster 1,700 people to vote when we have a possible 3 million plus voters? How is it that they could only get 1,700 people to register to vote? What's going on here? You know what's going on, Kevin? Let's go to this. This lady, I believe she ran the last time. The last time she ran against Peter Gracie, and she lost in the South.
Mm-hmm.
She ran again. Her name is Janice McIntosh. She was successful this time.
Yes.
And the gentleman that we told people out west not to vote for, Dr. Roy Davidson, man, is terrible, terrible. Go back and listen to his interview, and you'll see why, because he supports the structure of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And in fact, he says it's the best thing to come out of Jamaica. He said it's not perfect, but it's the best thing to come out of Jamaica. He said that. And here it is, this same gentleman, where is he? Right here, Mr. Lester Hines. That name should be familiar to, there it is right there. Should be familiar to most of you by now. He's the gentleman who wrote the story a couple of weeks ago about me. Twice in one day.
Yes.
We leave him for another time. So here he's reporting, here it is right here. He says 1,767 Jamaicans across the UK, US, Canada, and the UK registered to vote. There it is. 1,767 people out of a possible 3 million. And here it is that Michelle Tulloneal, my Northeast representative, she thanked the community for continuing to show confidence in her. Cock-a-fart, Kevin.
Hey.
She's
she sees it.
She's thanking them for showing confidence in her. Well, Michelle, I can say. She says that she said her commitment remains the same. What commitment, Michelle? We didn't see any commitment from you to bring the diaspora together to strengthen and uplift the Jamaican communities across the U.S. She said her commitment remains the same, bringing the diaspora together to strengthen and uplift the Jamaican communities across the U.S. and Jamaica in general. That's the problem. It should say bringing the diaspora in the Northeast together. But here you're gone way abroad. Here you say no, uplift Jamaican communities across the U.S. and Jamaica in general. And here it is right here. Terry Long, that's the state minister, said he welcomed the newly elected members and praised the dedication, service, and active participation. Active 1,700 out of 3 million, and that's active throughout the electoral process.
Yeah.
And then we quoted, we highlighted this quote already, where he said that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, it is a formal mechanism right here for enhancing collaboration. And then, interestingly, he said, he's talking about the Youth Council and the regular council. And he said, these formal mechanisms put in place by the government. These formal mechanisms put in place by the government. And you tell me, say, you were representing the diaspora. Look at this. The newly elected council members and youth council members will join appointed representatives to form the 29-member council, which, let me move this, right here, which is chaired by Terry Long.
Let's go ahead and take this a step further, Provost, and just do this. Because I don't want anybody to miss it, and I don't want anybody to say that anybody misquoted. And all right, I think that's big enough.
Okay, here it is right here. It says that the council, the youth council and the regular council, that it formed the 29-member council. Here it is. But what they didn't tell you is that it's 4 people run it. It's 4 people. 4 people. And it said it is chaired by Terry Long. There it is. It didn't say chaired by some diaspora member. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council are chaired by State Minister Terry Long, a Jamaican government official. There it is. Somebody was asking, they were asking about Gillian Murray. This lady here, Janice McIntosh, she won. Congratulations, Ms. McIntosh. And congratulations to all the winners, even the ones that we didn't support, like this gentleman right here. Congratulations. He won. But all I can say is this. Keep your seatbelts on, people, because the Northeast, they're telling you that the election is over, and Michelle is giving speeches. I would tell her, just hold back on the speeches. Just hold back on the speeches. Because as far as I'm concerned, that election, the one in the Northeast, everywhere else, I haven't heard any complaints. I haven't heard any dissatisfaction with what took place. But the one in the Northeast, yes, there are issues there. And the issues have not been fully vetted. Oh, by the way, you remember what he said? He said that the minister in his interview, he said that they vetted the candidates. Remember what he said? He said vetted the candidates. And you are vetted before you're announced as a candidate or as a nominee. You're vetted. Just keep that in mind. Kevin, is there anything else you want to talk about this thing here before we move on?
We probably should have done it like, you know how they do the game shows? And they go, well, you have won Tell the people what they want, Will.
You have won a trip nowhere. so yeah, people, it's and you know, it's just sad because we know that some of these people don't know what they're getting into. Poor things, they don't know what they're getting into, and it's our job to keep them on the straight and narrow. It is our job because they don't know. They really don't know. And we can't just sit back. And I'm begging, I'm imploring all of you. Don't just sit back and say, well, we have no interest in it. Because guess what? It's there to serve you. This thing could be a significant benefit to us in the diaspora. This could be a significant benefit to us if we change the structure and run it properly and register it. But you notice they're not talking about registering it. They're not talking about any of that. They're not talking about you in the diaspora. And in fact, they're not even providing the kind of help that they should for the people in Jamaica. But it is what it is. All right. Let's move on to something else. That's all right. All right, here we go. General report. 1 second. All right, there we go. All right, folks. Let me just pull down something here. And, you know, some things are worth repeating because sometimes people see it and then they forget. And we don't want our people to forget what's going on. We really don't. And to that end, here we go.
Hey, baby. Home a little catch it in the hill. Wait up in West End and grill. This man said, turn it on. Hey, baby. Chewy, I miss you. Hey. Oh, my lips wanna kiss you. All you wanna phone. My surprise, you're right there. Oh, my little dirty grill. I wrote this line for you, baby. Oh, my little dirty grill. Hey, baby, right. I realize I love you still.
That is our Minister of Health and Wellness.
Right.
Parading, carrying on a beach that most of you dare not venture. He should be helping to improve the health sector. But that's not him. He would rather watch it crumble and blame every single person but himself. He doesn't take responsibility for anything. I haven't heard him one day say, yes, you know what? It's my fault why this didn't turn out the way it should be. But keep in mind that he said in his interview with the commission concerning the market me thing, he said that he's an expert. He's a public relations expert. He's an expert. He's not a medical doctor. He's an expert at I forgot the exact terms, not public relations. It's marketing. He's a marketing expert. And isn't that funny? Marketing, that's his thing. And then the company that he's doing business with, that is his lady now, his lady is involved with it. Market me. Marketing, market me.
Oh, is that official? That this is lady?
Yeah?
Is that official? That she's his lady? Is that an official thing now?
Yeah, she said it. She said I only had a professional relationship with him from 2020, was it 2019? No, 2016.
17.
Yeah, 17 to 2020. Something like that, she said. I only had a professional relationship with him, leaving one to believe that she had another type of relationship with him right after. So 2021, 2022. Interestingly, we found that she was still receiving contracts after she ended her professional relationship with him, or maybe she added another layer of the relationship, another type of relationship on it. And this is what he should be doing. Here he is again.
The car park at the University Hospital of the West Indies must be seen in the context of a holistic overhauling, expansion of the University Hospital of the West Indies. It's important to note that this is a very important institution to our overall healthcare services provision, as it is a tertiary institution, so not just focus on providing basic services, but specialized services and also training of medical personnel. And this doesn't apply to Jamaica, it applies also to the Caribbean region. The car park is what will provide the basis on which other expansions can take place to accommodate more people. So I want to commend the team, the designers, the contractors, and of course the staff and the management of the institution to just continue to provide leadership to the rest of the healthcare system across the country and the region.
Okay, so we have him talking about the University Hospital of the West Indies, the premier hospital in Jamaica, maybe the Caribbean. And instead of focusing on healthcare, he's focusing on a parking lot. Instead of focusing on healthcare and to make sure that the Jamaican people got value for money, is focused on a parking lot. He's also focused on singing and dancing and gallivanting on a beach. Here's where he should have had his interest. This is the Auditor General's report. And let me just say something before I delve into this. There is so much information coming out of the Auditor General's reports that if we took the time to go through them, we wouldn't even need to get news from mainstream media about corruption, because there is so much. Her reports are pregnant with instances of corruption. If we would take the time to look at the commission's reports, and you know why I don't call them the Integrity Commission. I just did. But you know why I don't make it a habit of integrity in front of the commission. Nevertheless, and notwithstanding, their report contains so much information regarding corruption in Jamaica. If you spent your time just looking at just these two reports, you would be extremely busy. And the reason why I'm encouraging all of us to do that is because mainstream media is not going to do it for us. And in instances where they do it, they don't go into depth. They don't go in depth. They don't. I'm going to show you something now that most of you didn't know. You probably heard about the instance, but you didn't know the details. And when you know the details, you're able to understand the effects on our people. If you just listen to the newscast and go, blah, 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 finish. But if they took the time to tell you about the length, the breadth, the depth of corruption in Jamaica, I guarantee you that you would have a change of heart. Because it has been said that Jamaicans embrace corruption. It's become a part of the fabric of our lives. We expect it, and it doesn't bother us. But when you see the connection, you will clearly understand that you should be bothered. Let's go into this. Let's go to page, what is it, 10. Let's go to page 10. And we didn't go into, there's some things, you know, repeated, so some things we didn't spend time on. I mean, we looked at it, but it's repeated elsewhere, so. All right. The interesting thing on this one is they didn't comply with documentation. They didn't comply with the requirements. They just didn't. And here it is. If you look at the first sentence, it's highlighted. However, the hospital did not faithfully comply with the circular. There's a circular that said you must publish certain things, and they just didn't do it. Here is, last week we went over and we did company 2, and we had a board member from company 2, and he came out and he said, yes, company 2, although not identified in the Auditor General's report, it is Jack Dem. That's the name of the company, Jack Dem. And that was reported in mainstream media. What we haven't seen the names of the other 3 companies. There are 4 companies in this report that the Auditor General was concerned about. The Auditor General didn't name any company. But so far we have heard the name of only 1 mentioned. And we did hear a broadcaster say that Jack Den is affiliated with the opposition party. And he also said that there's another company that's affiliated with the government, government party, JLP. So far, we haven't heard any names mentioned. We've only heard of Jack Den. And the question is, why is it that we're only hearing about Jack Den? What about the other companies? So Jack,
Provost, I
yes.
even forgot there were other companies.
I mean, you didn't what?
I forgot that there were other companies.
Yeah, there are 4 companies. And in fact, if you look right here, folks, if you look right here under 1, you see private company 1 right there. And then you see private, let me just take off this so that you can see right here. May erase another walk. All right, in any event. There it is. In the first one, you see private company 1. Then you see in the second paragraph, you see private company 2 and private company 3. And then in the third paragraph, there's a private company 4. And the only one mentioned so far is private company 2. We would like to know the names of the other 3 companies. So far, we haven't. But private company 2, remember, they're the ones. That's the company that brought in the dialysis machines, the 12 dialysis machines and office furniture. And they use the tax exempt status, or you will use its tax exempt status to the detriment of the Jamaican people, because they said it resulted in losses. Where is it? Was it 1 point something million? I think it's 1 point something million. But that company claimed that it had a relationship with UA, and it was there to provide healthcare for people. It was about, the gentleman who came on said it was about saving lives. Essentially, he said, I don't care what the problems are that you might identify with it. We weren't involved in any corrupt activity, and the purpose behind it was to save lives, because we are providing dialysis machine services far less than anybody else in Jamaica. Today, we're going to look at Company 2 and Company 3. So we start 10, 11. Is this 11? Yep.
2 and 3 or 3 and 4?
Yes. Is it 3 and 4? Yeah, 3 and 4, right.
Oh.
Now, here is something that's interesting. UWI confirmed that it had ceased facilitating import for private entities using its tax-exempt status. So they basically admitted that, yes, we were doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And look at the sentence right here. Let me go to the top. Look at the first sentence in green. It says, the hospital acknowledged that this practice violated public trust and procurement laws. It doesn't get any better than this. They're admitting to it. Where was our renowned world-class Minister of Health at this time? He's busy talking about the parking lot at this facility, but he wasn't telling us what was going on inside the facility. That's his job.
He was outside, though. He was outside.
He was outside?
He was outside. That's why he couldn't tell you what was going on inside.
Okay. Now we got to 13, right? And there it is. Right there, it says, UWI should immediately cease facilitating import for private entities using its tax-exempt status. And here is something that we have to look at, Kevin, and if you can pull it up for me. I don't need it. No, I need it when we get to the fertilizer. And that is the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Because here in the Auditor General's report, if you look right there in green, it says a referral is being submitted to the Financial Secretary, right? In accordance with Section 26, which states that if in the course of an audit, it appears to the Auditor General that any loss, any, keyword right here, any loss or deficiency has occurred and has not been reported to the Financial Secretary, the Auditor General shall report the matter to the Financial Secretary and shall inform the accounting officer concerned. What this means is that when the Auditor General is doing an audit, if she comes across monies missing or asset, I should say asset, because it's not just money, asset, equipment, supplies, whatever, anything that's missing that wasn't reported to the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, then the Auditor General has an obligation to report that. What she also has an obligation to do is to refer a surcharge action to say, listen, assets have been lost. And what we need to do is go after Mr. A, Miss B, Mr. C, Miss D, because they're the ones responsible for the loss. And please see Grace McLean. Please see Dean Roy Bernard. Those cases. You remember the surcharge action cases that the Ministry of Finance couldn't get its act together with the Ministry of Education, and as a result, the time ran out to prosecute the or to bring the matter, and that money is gone. Gone. That's part of it, by the way, that's part of the 3 trillion that's unaccounted for. That 120 million Jamaican dollars, that is part of the 3 trillion. And that money's gone. We got no value for that. No value. So what we're going to do is we're going to be looking at, you see right here where it says Section 26. We're going to walk you through that. 26 of the Financial Administrative and Audit Act, right? There's another section, it's Section 20, that deals with surcharge action. And so what we want to know is, why is it in this case at UWI, the Auditor General didn't propose a surcharge action for monies, for assets lost? It says any loss or deficiency. That's what this says. She reported it. But here what we're talking about not just specifically, we're talking about monies, not any type of asset. Monies we're talking about that was lost. Now, make we jump to page 23. Stay with me. 23. Look in the top part, green. See that? You can see that, Professor? Or you want to bring it up further?
Yep. Well, since you went to highlight there, yeah.
Yeah. So this is, remember, we're talking about 4 companies. There it is right there. It says the university improperly used its tax exemption privilege, allowing not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 private companies to avoid more than 23 million in import duties. So this is page
23.
23. All right, let me make it smaller and then run to
wait
page 20.
1 second.
Yes.
In avoiding more than 23 million, let's use 23 as a round figure. Avoiding 23 million in import duties.
Mm-hmm.
How much did Jack then say they were told to repay?
Was it 10 million? Was it I have to go back and look. Was it?
I'm thinking it was along 10 million is in my head for some reason. I don't know why.
Is it 10.1 or something like that?
Yeah. That's what's in my head.
I think it's 10.1 million. Yeah.
So is that why the focus is on Jack then? Because they seem to have the lion's share of the import duty?
That may very well be the case, but here is where I'm concerned. I'm going to show you now. Because what Jack then did, Jack then actually, the machines were purchased by Jack then.
Right.
And it's only the customs and tax liability that they escaped.
Okay.
So the machines, they purchased them, it's their machine.
Right.
They didn't sell the machine, they didn't sell the machines to the government. They held on to the machines, and the machines are, based on what we heard, the machines are at their location. Right. But I'm going to show you a case now, and I'm glad you raised that point, Professor. I'm going to show you a case where items came into the country and the university hospital paid some taxes. The items came for a particular company, for company 3, I think. We're going to get to that shortly. And there were some miscellaneous taxes and whatnot to be paid. And who paid it? The university hospital paid it. And then, you know what? Let me not give it away. What page is this? Page 28. 28, again, I'm just building up people, showing you what's going on. Here it is. It says that the management, the university, hospital management said that, yes, we were bringing in, allowing private companies to bring in whatever they wanted to bring in, and we were using our tax exempt status. And we know that it's a problem and that it violated public trust and procurement. That's written all over the document. Here it is again in 3.15. Let's get to 36 and 37. Okay. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty. 36. Right. What's interesting on page 36 is that the Auditor General says, look, we couldn't do everything, we couldn't. And in fact, there's another section in this report where she says, we didn't look at medication and miscellaneous. And we know that there's so much corruption going on with that, with medicine. We know that. But she said we didn't look at that. Look at this statement right here. She said, due to constraints in resources, scope, and time, she's saying we just couldn't do it. We never have the bodies, we didn't have the time, and the issues were narrowly defined. She said, due to those constraints, we were unable to expand our sample size to better assess the full scope and scale of this issue. That's the issue she's talking about, this one right here, improper use of tax exemption status. And she said, the seriousness of this issue, the seriousness of these findings warrants further investigation. The question now is, who is going to do that? Who's going to do that investigation? Who's going to do it? Because she's saying, look, I've done all I can do. And this issue is a much bigger issue than what I'm reporting to you. So we need a full investigation. But she's saying, I don't do investigations, I do audits. That's what she's saying. So somebody has to look into it. The question is, who's going to look into this? And she said, the seriousness of these findings warrants further investigation to determine the full extent of revenue losses and to address any potential misconduct. Who's going to do it? Who? We are the ones going to have to do it. All right, so this one now is page 37. Look at this, people. Look at this. That's company one. But look at this. The hospital incurred additional costs totaling 1.9 million related to these transactions, including expenses such as administrative and compliance fees, customs tax, brokerage and storage fees, and freight charges. Look at the next part of the sentence. Even though the imported items did not belong to the university. The university paid to facilitate private companies benefiting from this. They paid. They paid. Go to 42. All right. No, people, this to me is wicked. This to me is unadulterated wickedness. This is greed running amok. This is people saying we don't care who suffer as long as we get the money in our hands, as long as we get our monies. We don't care. We don't care about the people of Jamaica. As long as we can extract whatever we can extract from them, and we can build our fancy homes and drive our fancy cars and send our children to fancy schools, and we can live a fancy life. They don't care about you. This case, see the case 1.3. I'm going to read this for you because I cannot paraphrase this without first reading it to you so you understand what's going on. So you see the language, and the language is, it's understandable language. For those of you who are worried that is going to be legalese. Here we go.
Yeah, right there.
All right. It says the University Hospital of the West Indies also used its tax exemption status. And let me just explain that because, you know, we have to explain so that everyone understands. The university under the law, they can bring things in and not pay tax. That's an exception to the law that says you have to, when you bring things into Jamaica, you have to pay tax. The university hospital doesn't pay tax. So what's been happening is companies have been using their connection to the university to have the university bring things in, not paying any taxes, and then turning it over to the companies. Or the companies just, they take the stuff. That's one. That's bad. Because here's what happens. That money belongs to the people of Jamaica. That tax, it belongs to the people of Jamaica. That money is money that they will use to fix roads, build schools, houses, healthcare, all of that. That's money that's supposed to be used for the benefit of the people of Jamaica, but only a few people benefit from that. Now, I'll read again. It says, the hospital used its tax-exempt status to facilitate the importation of cups and dishes belonging to private company 3. So they allowed private company 3 to bring things in the country tax-free. So right away, guess what? The Jamaican taxpayers, they're robbed right there. Jamaicans are robbed because they don't get the benefit of that tax that should come and go into the consolidated fund that they could then turn around and use it to fix infrastructure and do other things to benefit Jamaica. I'll continue. It says the imports, and the imports you're talking about cups and dishes. So the imports with a value of 1.1 million. The cups and dishes, the value of the cups and dishes, $1.4 million. It said was cleared under the tax-exempt declaration, resulting in a tax relief of $615,774, benefiting private company 3 who paid for the goods. And the duties, the whole thing total $622,417, right? Now, here is the kicker, my people, to show you how wicked these people are. The cups and the dishes, the value of the cups and the dishes is 1.41 million. See it right there, sir? See it right here. Value of 1.41 million. Now, you know what happened? The university hospital turned around and then purchased those same cups and our cup and plate, cup and dishes. Company 3. You know how much? They didn't pay 1.41 million, the value of the items. They paid 6.9 million. People
eat our food.
If this don't make you enraged, I don't know what else is going to make you enraged. The value of the plates and dishes, 1.41 million. So the university hospital said, okay, we will give you company 3. We will use our tax exempt status so that you don't pay any taxes and you bring in your things. The taxes and the duties total 622,000. And they said, you don't have to pay that. We will use our tax exempt status and pretend like we're bringing in the thing for ourselves. And then when it comes in, then you take it. And then you take it. And then they took it and they said, okay, now that we have it in the country, we're going to sell it to you. And we're not going to sell it to you for the declared value of 1.41 million and even put a little profit on it. Because you make up, it's 1.4. Because say you put another 1.4 then. So it's 2.82 million. That profit is not sufficient enough for them. You see them? So them sell it to UA for 6.9 million.
6 times the amount. Technically 5 and change, but yeah, 6 times the amount.
This will make you go nuts. If this don't make you start to, look at it. It's right there in black and white. The imports with a CI value of 1.41 million was sold to UA for 6.9 million. So here's the question I have to ask. Would it be cheaper, Professor, for UA to say, listen, let's call the company overseas and bring that thing in, and then we don't pay the taxes and then we benefited from it? Why do they have to get this other company to do it?
You are making the assumption that all these transactions were done for the purpose of the facility to provide services to the people of the country.
And then get this, Kevin. The plates and the cups were released in July of 2024. And the Auditor General says up to May 30 of 2025, the things were in storage. The plates and cups, they're in storage. So you purchase them and you just store them. No, you know what that tells me? That tells me that maybe not everything is there. Maybe not everything, and maybe them are thief it out little out of the warehouse.
Or maybe they're using it somewhere else.
Maybe they're using it somewhere else. Maybe somebody taking it out and selling it somewhere else so people can use it. But you see, the Auditor General, she said, listen, we can't do more than this because we just don't have the time. We're limited in scope in terms of the issues, and we don't have the people. But she did what she could do here. She did what she could do. Let me go to 44. Here's another one. Here's another one that just make your blood boil. The university hospital purchased 40 waste bins at a cost of 11 million from private company for a different company. This is a different transaction. And it shows that they purchased it from an overseas supplier, and on the invoice that the supplier provided, the company 4 said, we want you to put in large letters on it, UHWI and biohazard on 4 sides of the plastic bins. And it's about 15 bins to be red and 25 to be green. I don't know if they're not in the orange there, but 15 red, 15 red, 25 green. Here's the problem now, people, with that. Remember, no, it's a contract and they have to go through a process to get this. Look at this. Let me put a different color. Try yellow. Look at this. The invoice that the company sent was dated April 26, 24. But the procurement process started in May 2024. So they gave them the invoice already before them even put out the sign saying we're accepting bids. They purchased it already from. So how is that possible? Here's it. It says the invoice was dated April 26, 2024, signaling prior knowledge by private company 4 regarding the procurement opportunity before the actual procurement process commenced. People.
So how them find out?
You can't make this up. But
how them find out? How them find out, Provost? How them find out?
They found out because when the Auditor General went and looked, she said, okay, give me the invoices for the 40 waste bins. And then when she looked at the waste bins, when she looked at that invoice coming in, said, you have to pay us for this, right? We deliver it or whatever. You have to pay for this. Then she said, well, wait a minute. When did you start this process to get bids from people for this contract? And then they found out that the process started after the company get the stuff and get an invoice.
Again, I'm not asking when the Auditor General found out, I'm asking when company 4 found out that the goods were needed so that they can go ahead and purchase them.
Links, my brother. Links. Links, my brother. Links. Folks, I tell you what, we could dig into this. This report, as I said to you before, it's pregnant with corruption. It's rich with information. And we will get to the because hey, if you think it's bad, there are worse situations in this report. Worse than the 2 I just mentioned. Remember last week we started with company 1. And we just did company 2 and company 3. There's company 4. And then guess what? There are also incidents involving the university itself. No companies involved. No, just the university itself. But here's what we're going to have to leave it there because we have a very, very special guest. Actually, I should say guests, plural. This lady came on our show about 2-3 weeks ago.
3.
And the place was lit. The place was lit. This lady is involved in what Dr. Ben would call indigenous Caribbean medicine. She's in the same field as Dr. Ben. And I'm telling you, the same way Dr. Ben excites everybody is the same way this lady came on and excited everybody. I'm beaming right now, proud as a peacock to say I know this lady. Because she provided so much information. And the way her delivery, her style was magnificent. And to top it off, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, supporters, family, she brought on her lovely daughter. And you're going to love these two people, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. If you watched this program 3 weeks ago when she was on, you fell in love with her and her lovely daughter. And if you watch it last week and you're watching now, you're going to fall in love even more with her. But if you didn't watch the program last week, I mean, whenever she came on 3 weeks ago, prepare yourself. I said, prepare yourself. This lady is a wealth of information. She's a true giant in the field. And Professor, I don't know if you know, did we talk about her?
All right, but don't worry about it. I have something to show when she come on.
Well, she's coming on now. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, family members, supporters, even the haters who are here, because I know some of them are here, but they're very few. But we have some people here with spanner we call it, or what we call it? Wrench, yeah. And Elaine Turner and who else? I don't know who else. OT and
OT is there.
The Joe.
It's the Joe Blogs though.
Yeah, I know I'm going to take care of those people. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, here is Mama Rose and her lovely daughter. Here we go. Mama Rose.
How are you? Thanks for having me again. Hi, guys. How you doing? Hey, family.
Howdy do?
Howdy do, sir.
We have to put that. You put me in center stage. I forgot center stage.
Page, man. Yes.
All right. Mama Rose, listen. We have a bigger audience now. And what we'd like for you to do with your lovely daughter is just give us a brief introduction, and then we'll move on into your field of expertise. And at this time, I'm glad you have your daughter right here, because the last time she was off to the side and we couldn't get her. People were asking so many questions about her. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so I myself was delivered by a herbalist and a community midwife who was my great-grandmother. Growing up in Jamaica, St. Elizabeth, the parish, Triviatil, small community to be said, we rely heavily on the herbs for everything. It was no option. It was just herbs, right? In 2010, I developed a health condition myself, chronic constipation, going back and forth to the doctors, prescription medication, scheduling, nothing wasn't helping. I was just tired. So I turned back to what I know best, and it was the herbs. Start doing my research. I was able to correct the condition that was going on with me and was able to use those herbs to assist other people who are going through the same thing. This little one over here was born into it, and truly amazing. I would refer ourselves as Jamaican and abroad, because she's born American, that I'm curving and molding into, the natural herbs and stuff like that. So yeah, simple brief description of me.
Okay. Go ahead, you can speak.
Yes.
Hi. My name is Amir. I
I'm
also help.
already talk, man. Talk.
I also help with the business. I also have some of my own products.
Oh, you have your own products. What kind of products do you have, or do you make?
I have lip gloss, also beard oil. I have perfume and facial serum.
All right, good.
What
Don't
kind
be-
of serum? I didn't catch that last one.
Facial serum.
Oh, facial serums. Okay, I get some of the hair oil from you.
Kevin, which way you gonna put it? You just gonna shine it up, right?
Listen,
Bossy, you know. I'm very bossy, very bossy.
Okay.
Before Mama Rose got introduced to Will, I already had products.
is that
Oh
your product?
no.
This is not their product, sir.
Yes,
This
it
is not
is.
Which one? That are for the year? That are for the year? A year and in?
these.
Yeah.
Them taste body of fret. And I have these. And I'll tell you,
Okay.
those of you who, some of you are familiar with my health broadcast that happens on a Tuesday night on a specific week. Healthy Love on a night shift to DJ Kevin Stew. So some of you might be familiar with that. But all of you by now would have heard at some point in time me talk about having prostatitis. This past December, when I got sick, the prostatitis came back. I first had it in 2019. This past December, when I got the flu, it came back, and I got antibiotics. Went to my Euro, and he did the test. For you gentlemen that are listening, if you're afraid of the digit exam, then you're afraid to live. I'll just leave that right there for now. So I did my little test, and as we were preparing one day for this broadcast, producer Joan said, you know, I'm going to introduce you to my Herbal lady because she might have something that can help you. So those products that I just showed y'all, I've been taking for the past about month now. Just about. Is it about that time, Rose?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Now, I must admit, I hadn't been taking it as prescribed, but I am taking it. And I know that it is good, partly because of the slow relief that I'm getting, partially because I haven't been taking it as I should, but also because it's not something that you look forward to consuming. It tastes bad. And it only tastes bad because it's so good. You can tell that it is true, real herbal products. Trust me, people. I probably should have been front and center for that story, but it's okay. These people here, the real deal. And some of that facial serum, Amori, we're gonna have to talk about that here.
All right. So we have a
And
testimony right here on the platform. We have a testimonial from Kevin. So go ahead, Kevin.
the joke is, I told producer Joan that I was going to bring you on to my health broadcast, but I hadn't gotten around to scheduling it yet. So even when we spoke, I was supposed to tell you, but I wanted to try the product first. But you'll get there. Use family. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Okay.
Kevin, Mike Reed said, can you show the product again?
Mike, I don't know what exactly you want to see, but this is the packaging, the actual packaging that it came in. So first of all, it big ups on the product packaging, Mama Rose, big up.
Thank you.
And so it comes nicely packaged and secured, so the bottle's not jumping around and getting damaged. And she has her labeling on it and instructions on how to take it. And even if you need clarification, her phone number is on the packaging, so you can reach out to her. I need to ask you about putting these together. But people, when I say real, no real.
Actually,
So
it go further. It's real Bowie. Yeah. So
yeah, that is the whole part. Yes, but true.
So, Mama Rose, talk to us about some of the more common conditions that you see and the remedies that you have come up with to address these issues.
Okay, so the most common condition that lately that been brought to my attention is diabetes. You know, I'm doing this, I'm doing that while my AC1 is still high. Nerves problem, tingling in the feet, numbness, right? High blood pressure, cholesterol, you know, all of those things. So you wake up in the middle of the night, your prostate, your A1C, all of that is high. Okay, a lot of us don't understand B1 vitamins play a major role in that, right? So you can take any herbs that you want, but if your B1 vitamins is not where it's supposed to be, then you're going to have a problem because your body is not going to produce enough insulin that you need, right? B1 vitamins also, if you lack of B1 vitamins, that can lead to stroke. That can lead to nerves problem. That can lead to high blood pressure. That can lead to a lot of things. So B vitamins play a lot of role in it. So lately, that's one of the biggest concerns that's coming to me, and that's why we formulate something for the nerves, right? So we have something that we call B Vital Complex, which is a lot of chlorophyll that have a lot of chlorophyll. So we use herbs like wheatgrass, chlorella, moringa, because you know moringa is rich in vitamins and minerals, right? So it helps the body produce its insulin, right? High blood pressure, high cholesterol. Either your blood is too thick, inflammation, and you need that blood to be pumping fluidly, so you need to do a blood cleanser. Simple stuff like burdock root, you know, can clean the blood and remove toxic from the blood, right? Another one is the prostate, you know, which Kevin touched a little bit about the prostate. Inflammation, you know, the food that we consume play a major role in our body. And what we don't understand is our bodies speak to us. It tells us what's going on. So when you see those early signs of tingling, numbness, it's your body crying out. So you provide your body with the right fuel, then your body would respond back in the correct way, right? I always, you know, focus on balance. Everything in life is balance. You cannot have too much good. You cannot have too much bad. Everything is about balance. So if you decided that today you're gonna mash up a burger, right? And some cheese, then tomorrow, you know, say, all right, me have to go draw for some burdock root, me have to go draw for some moringa because I need to help my body and my organ to flush these things out. So it's always about balance. So when you talk about the herbs and balance, right? Like Kevin says, he's not consistent with his. And Kevin, sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm gonna use you as I use you, okay?
Before you did, I put myself there, so it's okay. Use me as an example. Use me.
Okay, so it's about consistency. You want to see a real result, you have to be consistent with everything that you do, right? Consistency. A lot of people, the question they ask, well, how soon can I see results? But you haven't started yet. So how you asking how soon can you see results, right? The herbs, it works the bloodstream. to correct the issue. It's not a quick fix where you take it and everything is good and you're ready to go do karaoke or anything like that. It works the bloodstream. So you have to be patient when it comes to the herbs. And to say that, to back up what Kevin say about how the herbs taste bad, that's the whole reason of me getting my herbs from Jamaica. The nutrient dense of the dirt that provide the nutrients to the herbs, right? Like you open the bottle, you could smell the scent of the herbs hitting you right in your nose as soon as you open it. That's how potent it is.
True.
Let me ask you a question. Continuing on the topic of the earth and the role that it plays in terms of providing nutrients to the herbs and the potency. Give us a comparison. Give us a sense of how rich the Jamaican soil is and how much it provides a great amount of nutrients that you wouldn't find in the same herbs coming from someplace else.
Okay. Example, Jamaica, right? You have the cow, you have the goat, you have all of those things roaming the earth that put the nutrients back into the earth, right? Which is their feces, right? When people talk about buying organic, they don't understand that the dirt itself have to be organic to produce organic food, right? Rich in soil. So when the orange tree bear, when the plum tree bear, when all of those fruit bear, and they fell back to the ground, what it does, it gives back to the earth, right? So it's replenishing the earth with the nutrient from the fruits, from the cow feces, from the goat feces, and giving the earth that nutrients. You don't have that here, right? A lot of things that we do here in America, we use Miracle Grower. If we plant something, it's Miracle Grower, right? So it's not getting the fruits that fall in from the tree. I mean, if you go to Florida, yes, maybe you'll get some of that. But compared to Jamaica, Jamaica is, you talk about the minerals from the water itself, right? That's why when pineapple bear, it bears close to river, right? So you get in that, you would say alkaline water, as they say, from the ground coming up back into the fruits, into the plants. That's the difference between the herbs in the Caribbean and the herbs abroad.
Talk to us about, because you mentioned a herb that I heard about it from Joan and Tigo, and I didn't really pay much attention to it until when you came on and you started explaining the whole thing. Granted, they told me about it, and they told me about it because they had I guess they heard about it from you. Talk to us about, and I know I'm gonna call it the wrong name, but I know the first word is duck. Is it powder?
Duck flour.
Duck what?
Duck flour.
Duck flour. Powder.
So, and just to let you guys know, right?
You use it.
How you use it. Okay. So after the show 3 weeks ago, a gentleman reached out to me who is from Jamaica, a different parish. In their parish, they call it John Croblow Nose, right? So each parish call it different. But duck flour is one of the most aggressive detox, right? When it detoxes you, it detoxes the lymphatic system. It cleans out the mucus. It cleans mucuses from places you never know you have mucus in your body. Now, when we talk about mucus, right? Our body needs mucus to fight off bacteria and sickness. But excessive mucus, that's where the problems start with. Mucus, the colon, the blood, that's where all sicknesses start, right? So the duck flour is a 6 to 8 hours aggressive detox where it cleans the entire body. Now, each person, it affects differently. Depends on how toxic your body is and how inflamed your body is. Some people be going the rear end, some people be throwing up, right? Some people, the mucus be coming out of their eyes. It all depends. Some people just go, some people don't throw up. But it's a 6 to 8 hours detox. What I normally tell people during that process, it's very important to stay hydrated, right? Because hydration is what's going to protect the liver, the kidney, and the organs from going into shock because you're letting out so much fluid at once. You have to put those electrolytes fluid back in. So my ideal would be coconut water combined with regular water to protect the liver and the kidney while you're doing that process. After completion, you feel like you've been rebirthed. You feel like a brand new person. All that heaviness, all that waste is just eliminated from your body. Only thing I say to people, don't do that detox. And then after you do that detox, then you just went right back to the burger joint to get a burger. You defeat the whole process of that agony that you just went through to clean everything out of your body. Slowly putting back smoothie, plant-based food, sweet potato, great way to, reset the body, lentils and chickpeas, stuff like that. So that's how aggressive the duck flour is when you're doing that detox.
I'm trying to see if I can get a picture of it. I know OT had a picture up of it, but maybe she can help me with it. Go ahead, Kev.
I hear you talk about about some of these products, but there are some people that have not had any interaction with you, just hearing about you for the first time. You mentioned that you grew up on herbs in Central Village, but there has to be something more to get it to the point where you're providing individuals with the right herbs for their condition and also the information as it relates to side effects of those herbs. So where did you get your knowledge?
My great grandmother, and after migrating to the United States, when I developed my health condition, I turned back to the herbs, to see what it could have done for me. When I realized that the herbs started to work, I enrolled in Trinity, which is a herbal school, which teaches you how to formulate the herbs, the right portion to use, and how to, attack certain health conditions, right? So that's where I learned how to formulate and what herbs to use. Also, very important when consuming herbal products and you want prescription medication, you never combine together. It's always 2 hours apart. For some reason, when you consume natural herbs and you take the prescription medication together, it gives you a reaction in your stomach. And then you start freaking out, okay, it's the herbs or it's the medication. No, they do not like to be apart. They like to be separate. So it's always 2 hours apart. That's how individual helps to wean themselves off the pharmaceutical medication, right? So it's like weaning a baby. You used to give the baby the breast 3 times a day. You put them down to 2 times a day, then 1 time a day. Then, you gradually get them off the breast. It's the same thing with the herbs, right? So for example, you are diabetic and the doctor prescribed you a diabetic medication. Not because you're taking the herbs, that doesn't mean you stop taking the medication right away. That's one thing I never ever tell people to do. I always tell people I stay in my lane as a herbalist. I'm not out here playing doctors. So you don't stop taking the medication that the doctor give you. But what you do is if you take the blood sugar support at 9 o'clock and you're supposed to take the prescription medication at 12 o'clock, you check your blood sugar. If your blood sugar is normal, then you skip that 12 o'clock with the prescription medication. 2 o'clock, you're supposed to take it. If you check your blood sugar and it's a little bit spiked, then you go ahead and you take that prescription medication, right? So to answer your question, yes, I went back to school and got certified as a certified herbalist to learn how to formulate the medication. back in school, they also teaches you and advise you prescription medication and herbal medicine does not combine together. It's 2 hours apart.
Which was instructions that I got, if any of you are wondering, because I had still have prescription medication that I'm taking. And so this also contributes to my infrequency because of time of day when I take my prescription. But thank you for that. The Amori, because you not get wet. Lip gloss, facial serum, hair products.
Beard oil.
Beard oil?
Yeah, hers beard oil, yes.
Sure. Okay. Hey, people, watch out for this. So, talk to me now. Sorry, Provost. This argument, this part of the conversation is above your pay grade. So, you have no beard. Your mother has no beard. So I'm curious about the beard oil part. But the lip gloss and the facial serums, how did you get involved in that?
Well, I used to
You
see
have to
my
talk
mom.
loud.
I used to see my mom make the products all the time and help people, and I wanted to follow her footsteps.
Okay. Well, that's simple enough.
But how did you start the facial serum? He's asking you.
Yeah.
Like people with acne and dark spots. I wanted to help them find something to get rid of them.
Did you have acne and dark spots?
No, not really.
You think it's because of the herbs?
Well, maybe.
Do you regularly take herbs as a youngster?
I mostly take tinctures and pills.
Okay. And it's because you saw your mother doing it?
Yes.
Bend the tree from it young. I tell you. There are a bunch of people in the chat. So those of you who are in the chat, in the comment section that want contact information and want to know if it can be shipped to Canada and all of these things, that part is coming. Don't worry. You will not be left out. The information gathering, the contact, and all of that, it's coming. It's coming. Fret not, it's coming. Mama Rose.
Yes, sir.
When you saw Amori displaying an interest in what you do, about how old was she and what was the interest?
So at 5 years old, she wanted lip gloss. And I told her no, because the lip gloss have colors, right? So when you put it on, you'll get that tinted lips, right? So she wasn't a happy camper with that. And she said she wanted to create a lip gloss where adults and children can wear it without being a lipstick. And I didn't shut down her ideas. And for a lot of us on this chat, growing up in Jamaica, when we produce ideas to our parents, a lot of us get shut down and shunned to the side and says, use a little child, stay in your lane, stay with that grown up stuff and whatever. So I always tell myself, like, whatever ideas she brought to me, I will not shut her down, because you never know where those ideas gonna go. So when she said she wanted to do the lip gloss, I was like, okay, give me some ideas. She went on YouTube And she looked up stuff and she brought it to my attention. And she said, this is what I want to do because you're doing the herbs. So I want to use flowers. So she used the flowers to make her lip gloss, right? So she create about 4 different lip gloss, 4 different flowers, and she names them from the flowers, which when I label them and I put them on my website, it warmed my heart to see how people react to it, to know that she was only 5, right? Then as she grow, she was about 7 around the time when her dad tried to cut his beard. And no, actually, her dad went out, cut the beard, came home, and she didn't want to go to him, right? Because it's like she never recognized him. So,
That's not
so that's when she come up with the whole idea of doing a beard oil to keep daddy beard hydrated because she don't want daddy to cut the beard anymore. So I help her formulate it, and her dad started using it. Her dad fell in love with it. We saw the difference in the beard, and she decided she want to put it on the market. So that's how involved she gets in it. For those who do not know, the story about Amuri is Amuri was a preemie. She came at 7 months. She was only 2.5 pounds. I had a midwife. Unfortunately, my midwife wasn't there, so dad delivered her. When we went in the hospital, they told me that she's never going to walk. She's never going to do this. She's never going to do that. They fight me so bad with my breast milk because they said my breast milk was not good enough for her. I juice wheatgrass, barley grass. I eat avocado. My midwife told me about my hind milk to pump the first 10 minutes, then pour out that milk and then pump the next milk. That's the fat milk to give it to her for her to gain weight to come out of the hospital. It was a fight in the hospital with the doctors and nurses with her to get them not to do certain things that I didn't want to do. My main focus was I'm into the herbs and this is what I wanted to do. The difference is when I speak, I didn't speak with emotion. I stand my ground and I speak. When Amira get discharged from the hospital, she was 4 pounds when she came home. 4 pounds when she came home. It was a journey, and it was the herbs. Elder told me, dip my finger in wheatgrass, barley grass, and just put it under her tongue. So from a younger age, she was introduced to the herbs to help to develop her immune system and help to build her to get her where she is today. So that's how much she's involved in it. And I think that's what drove her when she heard the story about her being born and all of that, just help her to cling more to the herbs.
One quick question. And there you have lots of questions in the chat, but a virgin of ours, Arville, wants to know, what do you suggest for kidney issues?
When you say, okay, so tell him to give me a little bit more. When he say kidney issue, is that person is on dialysis or they're just having problem going to the bathroom?
Not on dialysis.
Okay, so if it's kidney issue, okay, I'm just gonna put everything out there. So if it's kidney stone, there's a herb that called chancapatera. In Jamaica, some people call it seed on the leaf, right? That helps with the kidney. Dandelion also helps to detoxify the kidney, and what helps to clean the kidney, and it helps with diuretic. Cheney root is another one. Trumpet leaf is another one that's good for the kidney. So if you're trying to build the kidney or the kidney is not filtering properly, those are herbs that you will use to help to clean the kidney.
The idea that you could use herbs as your healing is something that was handed down through generations. Was there a trial and error thing to find the right herb for you?
Definitely, of course. Um, when I started out, researching to use the herbs, right? Um, the combination that I was using before I know how to formulate the herbs, I have my trial and error, some because there's some herbs that you just cannot mix together or use long term, right? Some of them will, give me cramp, as senna leaf, right? When I started out, I did not know that senna leaf, you cannot use senna leaf for long term. It's short term because it's so powerful. So if your body get used to senna, then you cannot go without senna. So it was a trial and error on my end, using the correct combination of herbs to get where I need to go before I even present it out to the public. And the funniest thing about it, Kevin, is that when I was able to correct my issue, I wasn't thinking about a business or looking to do a business. At that time, I still have my 9 to 5. And when I went to work, people start noticing the difference between me, the difference in my body. Because when I started to do the herbs, it was not just the herbs. I changed my entire way of eating, right? I had put down meat, I have put down dairy, I have put down everything. So not just me glowing, but also shred the weight at the same time. So when they asked me what I was doing and I told them, yes, they was happy for the information, but they didn't want to do it. They wanted me to create the formula for them. At that point, I started to creating products for my coworkers and give it to them. Then I said, okay, hold on a second. If you pay for the material, I'll make it for you. And that's how business started.
Mm.
So it's trial and error in everything you do. And I always tell people, not because I'm a herbalist, I don't know it all. You learn every day. The day you stop learning is the day that you don't need to be on planet Earth anymore, because it's a growing process.
Facts.
Yeah.
Amiri, how old are you now?
I'm 11.
11. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Well, I want to continue the business and probably add more products.
Okay. That works. Why?
Well, my mom taught me, like, I don't really want to work for anybody else. I want to make my own business.
So you're also learning how the business side of it works when you have to do your accounting, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you understand the cost of your goods versus what you're going to sell your product for, and the cost of your time. You understand that aspect of it also, right?
Yes.
Excellent. Mama Rose, so we know you do a good job,
Kevin, our parents, the only thing they push on us, not only thing, but most of them is go to college, get a degree, go to college, do this, go to college. But nobody tell you about that student loan after you finish college that you have to pay back.
Correct.
Nobody says pick up a trade, find what you like to do, find your purpose.
Yes.
Me, I never thought I would be a herbalist. When I came to the States, I was curious about the law. I wanted to know how the law works, right? I want to know the ins and out about the law. So I went back to school and I did criminal justice, right?
Right.
I graduated with my associate degree, and then I went back for my bachelor's because I said, okay, I want to take it to the PhD level, right?
Okay.
And 1 year left before I finish my bachelor degree. I was battling between criminal justice and trying to fix myself, right? And I started to find myself drifting more to the herbs, right? And I started to fall in love with the herbs, and I'm like, what is this? I'm supposed to be doing law. Like, why am I over here doing herbs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember an elder said to me, when you find something that you are doing and it takes every fiber of your body to do it, but it feels like nothing, that's your calling.
Correct.
Here I am today, stuck with my associate degree, which right now that's like a high school diploma, but I'm doing herbs and I love doing it, you know? So yeah.
Yeah, you do what you love and you never work a day in your life. That's the short version.
Yes. Yeah.
And so you found what you love, and you it comes naturally to you.
Hmm.
So here you are now in the US. Now the US has a lot of restrictions as it relates to medicines. How do you work with that?
Kevin, you realize that me I count my word and I be careful when me I say how do I work with that? As long as I stay within the FDA guidelines, I'm okay, right? As a herbalist, you're protected by the Second Amendment as long as you're not out here playing doctor, right? So, some of the things that you have to keep in mind when you're speaking is that you cannot use the word cure, you cannot use the word heal, you cannot use the word anything that have to do with the medical terms. Even the simple word inflammation, you have to be careful how you use the word inflammation.
Right.
Um, you get a big, even if, okay, for example, inflammation was okay to use until the pandemic. When the pandemic came in, there was a lot of things going on social media with herbalists telling people this is what you can use to cure COVID, this is what you can use to do that. That did not sit well with the FDA. So the FDA said, okay, if you want to play doctor, then you have to do what the pharmaceutical company do. So now here is what you need to do. You can't use this word anymore. You can't do that. You can't do that. So during that time, I had to redo all my labels and change all my wordings, right? So
Mm.
nothing cannot says anything that got to do with the medical terms, even tinctures, right? Because when when you do the liquid, that's a tincture, but you cannot use that word, so you have to use a word like extract, right? You will hear me say client or health issues. You will never hear me say health condition. So even though we know that the herbs can do certain things, being as us in the US, we have to restrain ourselves from using those words. And not only on social media, but when speaking to individuals, because if you ever make the mistake and say to someone, yes, the herb can cure, they hold you to that. And when they take the herbs and they don't take it the right way, then it's a lawsuit, right?
Right, right.
So you have to refrain yourself from using and saying certain things. So for me, I try to stay in my lane. I try to not out there being vague with my words, and I choose my words properly, and I label my products the way the FDA want it to be labeled, so I stay in compliance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And that is important too. And so it's really good that you had your introduction to law,
Yeah.
because it too helps with the growth of your business.
Yes.
Now, let me go ahead and reiterate. People, she did not say she can cure your ailment. She did not say she will diagnose your problem. She did not say she is the solution to all your problems. What she did say is, if you have an issue you know what your issue is, there may be some herbal products that can work for you. It is important that you administer said herbal products the way it is suggested. Deviating from such can cause an issue, or whether it is that there is an unwanted side effect or you don't see the results you're looking for. In a nutshell, that is what she said. If you got something else from it, I don't know what you are listening to. Welcome back, Provost.
And also, Kevin, just to add one more thing to what you said, I
Yeah.
want them to understand that even though it's herbs, you do have some people who are allergic. So that's why it's very important that you read the ingredients. There's no hidden ingredients. All ingredients are listed due to the fact that some people may be allergic. Just want to say that.
Do you usually talk with people who want to use your products before you send it out to them, or some communication at all, or do people just go on your website and see something that they want and get it, just like how we would shop for drugs on any of them shopping sites that sell products?
It depends. You have some people would reach out, and you have some people who just order directly from the website. But all the information that I just provided, I make sure everything is listed on the website, right? The
Excellent.
medication 2 hours apart. You may be allergic, so do patch testing. If it's topical, if it's ingestion, just do a little test to see how your body react to it. So all of those are listed on the website as a disclaimer. And also on my packaging on the bottle, you will see there that my product is not approved by the FDA. It's not intended to diagnose, cure, or heal any diseases, right? So
But some of us know that herb is true, not the person. The
but Kevin, you want to know though, right? If we really think about it, our
Yes.
body is capable of healing itself, So when somebody give you some herbs, it's just a jump start we give you for just correct what one so your body can heal itself. You understand?
Correct.
Me just give you the tool, you have to do the rest.
Let me just jump in here and just put this up. OT was able to provide us with it. I think this is it. All right.
Yes.
Walk us through this thing. Talk to me now. And then while we're doing this, I want you to talk to us about the product. I can't remember, turmeric. And you said turmeric cannot be activated without black pepper. I want you to talk about
Yes.
I want you to talk about that. But here we go. Talk to people about this.
The duck flower, Janko blow nose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that's one powerful piece of flour right there. You see how simple it look? All right, Ratty, tell me, say, the most I never know him do when him create these things.
Most I knew what he was doing when he created these things.
Right? So why we stray away from the earth and not taking these things and just putting all these toxic in our body?
Advertisement.
This plant right here, it detoxifies the whole entire lymphatic system. Clean it out and make it brand new again. It cleans out inflammation. It helps to clean out the colon, detoxify the entire body. And I say help, okay? Keyword helps. 6 to 8 hours, you'll be in the bathroom. But when you finish, it's worth it. But just do me a favor now. When y'all use the duck flower detox, you all just try to respect the vessel and put clean stuff in it and just fill it up with all of those unwanted things that you don't need. The body don't need that. You understand? When we high blood pressure medication, right? For black man. In my book, let me be clear, it's a no-no. Because number one, once a black man start taking high blood pressure medication, their bedroom activity is no longer there. Right? So when you take this powerful flower and it cleans out all that inflammation that causes low libido, why go back and put that all that crap back in there? Keep it clean.
What's this one?
Look at it. It's the same thing, right? Look at it. Don't tell me that don't look like the stomach, the intestine, like in your belly, right?
Yes.
Look at it. That's the same duck flower, Mr. Rattigan. You just see, same thing. And when it dry, it look like this. You see how shrink it is?
It's upright.
Very small. But that small piece of flower is so powerful. Now people trying to consume the duck flower more than once a year. You don't need to take it more than once a year.
So you're saying the detox, that dog flower detox, is a once a year activity?
Yes. Yes. It's not recommended to take more than once a year because it's so aggressive.
So the idea then is to take vacation and let the first 2 days be your detox, because after the first day of taking the dog floor, then you need the second day to recover.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because Kevin, remember, see what a lot of people don't understand, right? Your organ is there for a reason. That's why I don't, when people say alkaline, right? What do you mean alkaline? Your body's supposed to be neutral. If your body is too alkaline, then what is there for your organ to do? Your organ is going to start shutting down because there's nothing, there's nothing for the kidney to do. There's nothing for the liver to do. They're just going to start shutting down. So you have to keep your body neutral. So if you consuming the duck flower more than once a year, then what is there for the organ to do?
You want your organs to operate at optimal capacity,
Exactly.
which means that it has to work.
Exactly. So your body's supposed to be neutral. That's why I stress the issue about balance. The whole purposes of detoxing your body is to take some of the pressure off the organ and let it work lightly. That's why they said you're never supposed to eat a heavy meal before you go to bed, because then your organ is in overdrive. Right?
Correct.
So every so often you do a detox every 6 months, the duck flower every year, but then what you do is you just take herbs to maintain it.
That makes sense.
Right? Yes.
And it's interesting that one sec, Provost. It's interesting that you mention how much the dog flower resembles the stomach. There are a lot of herbs that the function or the organs or the parts of the body that it would relate to, it bears a resemblance to.
Yep.
And the first time I heard that, I was like, mind blown. It goes back to what you said earlier. The creator knew what he was doing when certain things were put in place. And we're more connected to Mother Earth than we realize. It's just that we've gone away from it because we've gone into the instant gratification era. We need instant coffee. We need instant partner. We need instant whatever.
Yes.
When things take time. Provost.
Yeah, we are run out of time, We're definitely going to have Mama Rose and Amory Rose return. But I want to ask you, this question because our next guest is here. KARL, big up yourself, KARL. Hold tight. When was the last time you went? Maybe you answered the question in my absence, and if you did, forgive me. I'll ask another question. But when was the last time you go see a doctor, and why haven't you seen a doctor?
The last time I saw a doctor was, how old are you? 11? And I wouldn't say it's a doctor, it was my midwife, actually. So it's about 13 years.
You haven't seen a doctor? No issues at all?
Yeah.
Just herbs?
No. Just herbs.
Whole New World said not to bring you back on Wednesday because them said them people want to call and ask you questions.
Ask questions.
Yeah. 13 years. Like I was explaining with me, I utilize the herbs, right? So every so often, 6 months, I do a kidney and a liver detox. Then I do the whole hormonal balance. Then I take my moringa and my soursop, and I just tackle each organ, each part of my body, and I cleanse and I detox, and then I maintain. I'm going to tell you one thing that I tell my mother, right? And this is my opinion, right? So I don't want nobody to hold me to it, but the doctor kill you faster than the disease or the sickness, because once they plant it in your head, that's all you can think about. But when you don't know it, you will walk around with the big C for 5 years and you don't know you have it. And as soon as the doctor tell you, 6 months later, you're gone. Because now that's planted in your head, and all you do is stress. Stress play a major role in diseases. Stress kills your body. Stress breaks you down.
So let me ask you this. Is there, because it sounds like it's an involved process, right? To take care of your health, because you have to do a detox for this and you have to detox for that, and once a year and every 6 months and all that. Somebody came to you and said, listen, Mama Rose, I don't have the money to deal with all of them detox. I want you to give me one that would be like a general cleanse then. That could really help me.
Silver bullet.
Yeah, just one. If there's one type of cleanse that you could recommend to people for general health, please tell us about it.
I will go with the duck flower.
Duck flower.
But depends on your age. Depends on your age, yes. But I will go for the duck flower.
So if you're like Kevin now, like Methuselah, would you suggest that Kevin Methuselah use it?
Yes, he can.
But so what's the concern about the age?
So
the 6 to 8 hours of bathroom time.
Exactly. So I would say if a teenager have complication and they want something, I wouldn't recommend the duck flower. You're talking about 16 to about 18. So any age from 17 down, I wouldn't recommend the duck flower, because remember, their organ is still gentle. You know, This is aggressive detox, right? So their organ is still gentle, but what I would recommend for that age is ultimate cellular support, right? The ultimate cellular support, that one have the cayenne pepper, the black pepper, the Guinean weed, the cheney root, the red ginger, all of that, right? The dosage will be different, depends on the age, but that's something that will help, to eliminate the parasite, to get rid of the inflammation, to help with the blood circulation, also, attacking the liver and the kidney and cleaning those out.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, we're going to be in touch with you. And as I told you before, consider this your home. And we'd love to have you back. People screaming out for you to come on Wednesday. Because them say they want to ask, they want to open the phone line, which we don't do on a Saturday. But they say on a Wednesday, we open the phone line. So if you're available on Wednesday, this Wednesday coming up, we'd love to have you, because people really want to ask questions. They just, and some people, they funnel the questions to me and sometimes in the chat, but I think they feel more comfortable talking to you directly, even over the phone, because, they're not identified for the most part. So What we'd like to do, since we have our next guest here, we have to run now. What I'd like for you to do is give us a closing argument until we see you Wednesday, and we want to hear from your daughter as well. So that lovely smile. But go ahead, talk to us before you go.
Who wants to talk to you?
I don't know what to say.
You don't know what to say? No. Why not?
So your mommy speak for you then?
A little bit.
Okay. Amiri, a quick word about skincare. Just general advice, a quick word as your parting word. What do you recommend for first thing in the morning, last thing at night?
First thing in the morning. But usually I would use like the soaps, like wash my face with the soap.
You have to tell him which soap.
Mostly the turmeric soap.
Okay. That's the first thing in the morning. And last thing at night?
The last thing at night, I would usually put on like the facial serum before I go to bed.
Okay. So you use your own products. Perfect.
Yes. So she washed with the turmeric and tea tree and mango butter soap. So it's a combination of tea tree, essential oil, mango butter, and turmeric root.
With the black pepper there. With the black pepper.
No, that one there for the face, Ratty. That's a soap. That one there for the face.
that sounds like a meal.
Yeah.
All right.
So those are the steps you take with that. But I know you have to go, but I always tell people, your body keeps score, Ratty. Your body lets you know what's going on. So it tells you the truth. So you feed it with live food and it reacts the way it's supposed to react.
Okay.
So that's my word to people, We spend money and things that we don't need to spend money on. But when it comes to our health, we always procrastinate. We always, I don't have and I don't do this until it's too late. And a lot of people learn the hard way, but listen to your body because it speaks.
All right. Well, folks, you heard it from Mama Rose speaking along with her daughter. And we're hoping to have them on Wednesday so that all of you texting me now saying that you want to ask questions. You can ask your questions on Wednesday night because then we're going to open up the phone line if I know how to do it because Kevin brings it. we don't have any telephone wires. We used to have telephone wires before. Now, him tell me, we have to use something named Bluetooth and we have to I have no idea what Kevin is talking about. So Kevin, please, people, not beg him to come on Wednesday and help us go through the program with this Bluetooth thing with the phone. Because I have the phone here, but I'm used to the phone being connected to this with a whole bunch of wires. Now, Kevin, wrap up all of the wires and tell me, throw them where? Because now we're gone, what say? Digital, something like that. Digital, right.
You're wireless.
I'm a wire kind of person. He said, no, we're going to so tune in Wednesday. We hope to have these two beautiful souls with us on Wednesday, and we're going to open the phone line so you can ask all the questions you want. All right? So, Mama Rose, Amore, have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you really, really soon. Thanks for coming.
You do the same. Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. Well. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. A whole new world. You understand, and I have to keep my face supple. Keep the boy look.
I need one for the beard, I need one for my head, I need one
You need one for us make you go sleep.
Hey, you're right. The last time she was on, she did give me a remedy, but I forgot it. Next time she's back, I must ask her and then try it to see if it will work. So, all right, folks, listen. Shifting gears now. We have a gentleman who's going to come on now. He's a counselor for the Knockpatrick division in Manchester. I know most of you have never heard of that division, but when I tell you who's the MP, you'll go, oh, her name is, I think it's Rhoda Crawford. Yeah, we mentioned Rhoda first, and Kevin was saying, oh, no. Once you mention Rhoda, nobody have to mention the last name. Everybody know. If it's a parliamentarian road, everybody know who. When say everybody know something about that, but put that behind me. No. We have this gentleman who's going to come on, and this is a first-hand account of what's going on in that division, because I receive calls and pictures from residents in that area before the election, way before the election. And they were literally begging me to reach out to the politicians to, one, fix roads and to fill up some of the bauxite holes. Because, you know, when they mine the bauxite, they were supposed to fill up the holes and, I don't know, turn it into farmland or whatever. But they have these ravines, they have these deep holes, all dangerous conditions all over the place. And I suspect that the case hasn't changed with the bauxite mining holes. But we know that as far as the roads are concerned, still an issue. So this gentleman, his name is KARL Smith, and he's the councillor for the Knockpatrick. I just love that name, the Knockpatrick division. And we have some strong supporters, some family members who live in that area. So they're going to be paying special attention to what Mr. Smith has to say. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Mr. Councillor KARL Smith. Councillor, how are you doing, sir?
I'm good enough. Thanks for having me.
Oh, our pleasure.
For having me.
Our pleasure. Listen, we don't know who you are, and when I say that, it's a fact. We don't know who you are, and we'd love to hear when people come on. If we don't know them, we love for them to just spend a few moments and just tell us who they are, so we get a sense of the person's background and the person's train of thought, as in terms of how they think about certain things, or they feel about certain things, and why they are where they are. So we're going to turn over the platform to you.
All right. So my name is KARL Smith. I am a teacher by profession. I am the fourth of 6 siblings for my parents. My mother passed away 2 years ago. I've been teaching for the past 28 years. Enter representational politics in 2019. And now I'm the councillor for the Knockpatrick division, and it's a division in central Manchester.
Okay, good. And your MP?
Rhoda Crawford.
And what's the relationship with her?
There's not much of a relationship, you know, because if you understand the politics, she represents the Jamaica Labour Party, and all 4 councillors in central Manchester represents the People's National Party.
Stop right there. Let me ask you a question. Then educate me. Because like you said, if we understand the politics, and apparently I don't, how is it possible that you have 4 councillors in that constituency being members of the People's National Party, but you have the MP coming from the Jamaica Labour Party? Explain to me what happened there.
All right, so you have the local elections and the general elections. The local election, that is an election where you elect local representative. So there are 4 divisions in the central Manchester, and all the local electives were represented. They represent the People's National Party. So we defeated all the Jamaica Labour Party representatives.
Yeah, that's I guess I didn't formulate the question clearly. What I'm saying is that if you have the local elections and people voted for 4 PNP members, then how is it that didn't translate into a victory for the PNP at the general election?
All right. So as I say again, these election culture, you have persons where in the general election, you vote for party along party lines. In the local government election, it's more individual. So I like this individual, so I'm going to support him, not necessarily the party. Because you have persons who support the Jamaica Labour Party who vote for me in the local government election. But when it comes to the general election, they're going along the party line.
Okay. Have you ever thought about throwing your hat in the ring for as far as MP position is concerned, since you have Jamaica Labour Party members supporting you?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
At this time. Not at this time.
All right.
As I say, I'm new to politics, 2019 till now, fairly new. Well, I used to follow it, but never get involved in it.
All right. As a councillor, what are your role and responsibilities?
All right. So basically, the local issues, minor roads, minor water, garbage collection, street light, the cemeteries, the markets, that we are in charge at that to a point.
And when you say to a point, what do you mean? Who else is somebody else involved?
So before entering politics, before I was a councillor, I was told that some of the things I just mentioned, the parish council is no longer responsible for it. For like street lights, parish council is no longer responsible for street lights. For garbage collection, the parish council is no longer responsible for that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we are involved to a point like, all right, say street light is needed in an area. Persons are going to call the councillor. But in truth and in fact, the councillor cannot give a directive to go and install street light. We have to make a representation to the minister.
So that dovetails into the question I was about to ask. Who do you report to? I know you're going to tell me the people, but who do you report to get things done?
Well, through my parish council, and in fact through the minister, which is the Honorable Desmond Mackenzie.
So what about your MP?
The MP, all right, so the MP have a saying.
You can't talk the things as a man.
Yeah, man, I'm going to talk it. So the MP now, I want to choose my words correctly. The MP, it seems as if, yes, in fact, she's the MP for Central Manchester, but it's only for one set of people in Central Manchester. And why I say that? She have a saying, she always say, parish council roads, which we call it parochial roads.
Mm-hmm.
Those are manned by councillors. So according to her, when time is right, she don't pay those roads any mind. She's not supposed to fix those roads. But on another script, when it suits her, she will fix them.
Go a little bit deeper. Talk to us about prior to the election and since the election.
All right. So prior to the election, she goes around. Most of the roads in the North Patrick division are in need of repairs. And they have been in need of repairs for the longest while, not since the 2 years I've been councillor. We have very terrible roads. All right? So she goes around, once persons talk about road and bad road, and it's a parochial road, she throws the blame. It's the councillor who is in charge of that. But yet still, when it benefits her, leading up to election, she's the same one who is fixing the parochial roads. 2 roads in particular in the division, Central Manchester constituency, the North Patrick division, which are parochial roads. She has fixed those roads under what we call the Sparks program. Now the Sparks program is a program, total rehabilitation of roads. So you do the road, you put in water, you put in drain. Her 2 roads in Central Manchester that she have done so far are 2 parochial roads. I am not against fixing any roads in the North Patrick division. I would mind all the roads are fixed. Trust me, I would mind all the roads in the North Patrick division are fixed. But don't fix them when it suits you. And you have other roads which are NWA roads, which are in terrible condition that needs fixing. And they are not being fixed.
And So let me see if I understand you correctly. Before the election, she would fix certain roads, or before the election, she fixed certain roads. And since the election, you still have some of those same roads that should be fixed. And now she's saying, no, it's not my responsibility to fix those roads.
Exactly. Exactly.
And your response to her?
Two things persons ask are mainly: good road to drive on and water. If I am in a position to fix roads, I don't look at who live on a road. I don't look at the area. I'm going to fix that road. The little resource that I have been getting as a councillor, for the past 2 years, I have fixed over 20 odd roads. Patching, resurfacing some of the roads. So for the past 2 years, I have fixed over 20 odd roads as a councillor. And when you're in a municipal corporation that is dominated by the People's National Party councillors, we don't get resources that easily. We don't get resources that easily.
Talk to us about, because someone told me that you fix some roads. You fix some roads and only to have them dug up and under the well, I won't say
program.
All right.
So
program. So
they
actually wasted that money. That money is actually not you, but that money is actually wasted then. If you fix it and then them come behind you and dig it up, and talk to us about that.
All right. So we're not spending our own money. So no matter how an MP or a council want to brag, it is not our own money. It is taxpayers' money. So previously, they launched this Spark program. Yeah. And councillors would have got what they call the PRF, which is some money allocated to fix parochial road. So I along with Councillor Oliphant of the Mandeville Division, named 2 roads that we would fix from that money. My road is the Berrytown Road. Councillor Oliphant's road was the Barnstable Road. So we went ahead, did some work on the Barnstable Road and the Berrytown Road, only to be told that those are the 2 roads, first roads that will be fixed under the Sparks program. So we spent in excess of about $4 to $5 million on the 2 roads, only to see it being dug up, because as you said, the Sparks program is total rehabilitation. It's not patching. Only to see that dug up, and I'm talking within 6 months span, 6 months to a year. So that money, had we known that those were the roads that to be fixed, then we could have channeled that money elsewhere.
Which begs this question. Where is the collaboration? Where is the coordination?
All right, so there's not much of a collaboration. After this happened and we went to a council meeting and we spoke about it, we were told now that there's a Sparks website, and whichever road is on it, they're advising the councillors not to spend any money on it. That is after the fact that took place and we licked out against it. So now you have roads listed on the Sparks program, which is in dire need of repair. Persons are calling, and these are parochial roads. Persons are calling, chastising councillors, and we can't touch those roads because it is slated under the Sparks program. We don't know when they're going to reach to those roads, so the residents will have to suffer until the Sparks program reach to them.
Here is
so
a
it's a bit challenging. Your hands are a bit tied where some instances concerned, because there's a Sparks website, and you look at, there's a whole lot of roads to fix under that program, which most of them are parochial roads, the responsibility of the councillors. And we are even told now that once it is listed on the Sparks program and it is about to be fixed, those roads will be gazetted and then after the repairs are completed, it will be turned over back to the parish council.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that you have a line of connection to Minister Desmond McKenzie, local government, right?
Not much of a line. Well, we can write to him through the parish council.
Because what I'm thinking is this: if they advertise on the website that there are roads to be fixed in your division, but they don't give you time, date, place, they don't give you any of that, is there someone that you can reach out to, whether it's the MP in your constituency or the Minister of Local Government, to say, listen, you know, people traverse these roads, and it would be nice to have a time fixed when it's going to be fixed, because otherwise we're getting the complaints, and all we can do, because we dare not fix them, because we might start tomorrow and then you come in right, you know, a month after. That would be wasted money. So is there any way that you can convey to us at least a range in terms of the time when you're going to be fixing this road?
All right, so that's an excellent question. We have no answer to that. All we hear, the roads are listed. They can't give us a timeline. They can't give us a date. None of that. So we're just hanging, waiting, coming under pressure from residents, and there's no timeline, no date to nothing.
I see where somebody here saying that Brokenhurst block trees growing in the middle of two roads in Brokenhurst. Trees growing in the middle of the road.
So the Brokenhurst main road, no, that's a funny road. There was a protest there on Monday, and I went around there. The main road leading to the Brokenhurst community, that is in central Manchester. A part of the Brokenhurst community road that they're talking about is in central Manchester, and it is adjoined by South Manchester, which comes under different council, different member of parliament. But the bottom line is the roads need fixing. That's the bottom line.
In addition to roads, are you facing, what are the other, because I shouldn't ask you are, because I know you are. How are you addressing the other infrastructure challenges?
All right, so the garbage collection is another challenge. Garbage, the timely collection of garbage, that's lacking. You have communities where minor water, we want water to reach them, that's another challenge. Street light is another challenge. Even the passing of the hurricane, you have a lot of light posts that was blown down. They are erected now without the street lights that were on it. That's another thing. The minister says each council division, each councillor is entitled to 50 street lights per year. I have been a councillor for 2 years, and I have gotten only 10 to date.
Wow. Wow. So where do we go from here?
It's a wait and see situation, to be honest. What I would like, and that's the reality, it's not, it will, I don't see it happening anytime soon. I would like all the roads in the Knockpatch division to be of a standard that we don't get any complaint, but that's only a wish. I would like the timely collection of garbage in the area, in the division, that is only a wish of mine. I would like every street to have the street light, and the street light is a very serious issue because we have safety concerns. The Knockpatch division has also been plagued with a lot of crime and violence in the last couple of months. At least about 6 or 8 murders have been committed in the Knockpatch space within a 6-month period. So we have our fair share of challenges. So if I could ease some of them in the roads, the water, the garbage collection, that would be good. But as I said, it's not going to happen just like that.
Have you communicated this to your constituency members, or are they just complaining to you?
Well, you will have them complaining. Most of them know our challenges, but that doesn't stop them from complaining. The bottom line is they're going to tell you that they voted for you and they voted for you under this condition. But we can't fix everything just like that. There's a process in doing things, especially from the council level. I mean, persons take up the phone and they say, boy, if I load a mall, if I go and give them a load of mall, I have to sacrifice out of my personal funds to this, out of the goodness of my heart to put a load, give them a load of mall. You can't write up a program through the parish council for a load of mall, because after 2, 3, 4 showers of rain, you go and wash off.
How much of this can you blame on central government, or do you blame on central government?
Well, to be honest, central government has to take a lot of the blame, because the money that we receive, especially for road fixing, it's way inadequate compared to members of parliament. Not that I'm saying that we should get the same amount, because one is a local level, one is the but it is low, bad.
Before the professor come in, let me just finish up this round of questioning here. Any regrets about being well? First of all, no. When you signed up for this job, was it like this? The conditions, no, or was it better?
Well, it not saying it was better. The thing is, probably I didn't know what I was going into. You know, you want to go in a representational politics, and you want to help people. You genuinely want to help people. But when your hands are tied, then it becomes a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't know what you were getting into, but you wanted to get into it to help people. Now that you've gotten into it and you are faced with enormous challenges, do you have any regrets? Do you have you ever gotten to the point where you said, "Boy, if I knew then what I know now, I would have never gotten into this thing"?
To be honest, I do have regrets, and the regrets I'm having, there are so much persons in the division who genuinely want help, and I can't help everybody. That is the regret I'm having.
Mm.
You have persons, you could put them in 2 categories, the needy and the greedy. There are a lot of needy. And when I look and I can't help the genuine persons who need help, then I have regrets.
Let me stop you right there. Some big up Cora, because Cora, we were talking about nuggets for the needy. I don't know how old you are, if you were around, or maybe you were born after that period. But Cora sent me something and said, no, it's not nuggets for the needy. It was nuggets for the greedy. So, Professor.
Greetings, Councillor KARL. Welcome to the platform. The MP, the 4 parish councils that you mentioned, are you the only parish councils under her umbrella? You froze just now. You hearing me? KARL, you hearing me? Hello? Can you hear me? Is what going on just up. Now, listeners, I know that you all are hearing me, but you hearing me? Look like you're frozen. Girl, you're muted. You hearing me?
I'm not hearing a thing.
So I am muted. I'm not muted. Everybody else, are you hearing me? You're not hearing me?
I'm not hearing.
That is odd. I don't know why you're not hearing me, because everybody else is. I don't even know how to. Producer Joan, if you could reach out, if you could reach out to him for me, please. I don't know why he's not hearing me, and we're both on the same platform. It's kind of crazy. If you could just reach out to him and have him call my phone and just mute his mic and stay on camera, it will be appreciated, please. Because everybody else is hearing, and I really want to try to get some questions in to Councillor KARL here. Or, yeah, Producer Joan, if you could reach out to him for me, please. It looks like he's frozen too, which would probably explain why he's not hearing. All right, so let me do this. Just one moment, please. It would help if I unmute. You hearing me okay, right, Councillor KARL?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Okay, excellent. All right, so we're going to have to use this method for a little bit. Let me turn you up.
Not a problem.
Let me turn you up so that people can hear it too. All right, so
not a problem.
So here it is. You mentioned it's 4 parish councils. Are you the only parish councils on the minister's portfolio?
No, man, it's more than 4 parish councils, you know.
Yeah, but
4 divisions in the Manchester municipal.
Oh, 4 divisions. Okay.
Yes.
So are you the only divisions under in the minister's portfolio?
I'm not understanding that.
So all right. So does
all municipal corporation comes under the minister's portfolio
okay
throughout the whole entire island?
No, we're talking about under Rhoda Crawford's portfolio.
Oh, Manchester Municipal Corporation.
Yes.
All right. So you have councillors from South Manchester, Northwest, Northeast. Central Manchester is the only one under Rhoda Crawford.
Okay. So here it is now. So she is getting taxpayers' money to do work that would fall under the purview of her ministry or what her responsibilities, which are primarily PNP areas. Am I getting this right?
It's no, when it's a PNP area,
Well,
no, not
sorry,
really.
Sorry. They're the parish councillors for those areas are PNP.
Yes.
So she get the money that you could use in areas that she is responsible for, but you have difficulty getting those funds to do the work that you were required to do?
Truth be told, she does work in all the divisions.
Okay.
She does work in all the divisions, but as I said, the work that she's doing in the divisions, those are parochial roads. And when it suits her, she does it. When it doesn't suit her, or when it's not, well, when it doesn't suit her, she passes the blame and say it's a parochial road, it's a council's road. So truth be told, she does work, she does parochial roads in all the divisions. Mandeville, Royal Flat, Belfield, and the Knockpatrick.
Okay.
So all we are saying is, It can't be okay for you to fix the parochial roads when it suits you, and when another parochial road is being in question, you cast the blame and say you're not responsible for parochial roads. But at the same time, you're fixing them when it suits you.
Which is generally around election time.
Exactly.
Well, I guess we're used to that.
Yes.
Now, where else have you made your concerns known as it relates to this? Is there a method by which you can reach out to anybody else to say, boy, wanna help my minister now because it's like we can't get through?
Well, we talk about it at council meetings. We are here. We have asked the 4 councillors in central Manchester. We try to reach out, have a meeting with us. Yes, we're on different political side of the fence, but at the end of the day, we're representing the people of central Manchester.
Correct.
Meet with and tell us something. Even if whatever you're telling us no make no sense, meet with us and tell us something. Today, she has not met with any of the councillors one-on-one, much as all 4 of us sit down.
When you say to date, you're talking about from when?
Well, I am a councillor 2 years now, so I am speaking from the local government election 2 years ago. She has met with us as councillors in central Manchester.
But that doesn't sound like she is doing her work. Because if you all in your particular divisions are representing her, then she's not doing her job.
Well,
I was gonna ask a question, and I realized that it doesn't make sense to ask a question like that. Because I was gonna ask how she get elected for this position, but then you mentioned it earlier because people voting on party lines, which is why,
for the general, and you normally find that.
Right.
Because if you study the local government turnout as opposed to the general election turnout, you will understand.
And this is why I often say I don't vote party, I vote policy. And this is the kind of mentality that we need to have. Now, here it is. You have people. Let's talk specifically about your area, not Patrick. You have people there that are there schools that are affected with these bad roads?
Definitely.
Are there individuals in need of medical care that are affected by these roads?
You will find the 1 and 2. You will find it. The bad roads affect everybody. Students, everybody.
I know it's a rhetorical question, but I just want people to understand. And the mere fact that you're on this platform talking about this, that means there are people listening. And I want them to hear, because it seems like there's a disconnect somewhere and it's not getting through. Here it is. We have individuals who are parish council members that on the behalf of the community go to bat for them to have their community needs met, but it can't be met, and you are the ones who get crucified, burnt at the stake, because you're supposed to be getting the job done.
Exactly.
That's a major concern. It is nothing new to Jamaican politics. But it is not very often that you talk with someone who is going through it at the time they're going through it.
Even we met last week as a council, and the drought period is coming upon us. And we have decided as a council, as a municipal corporation, to write to the minister begging for extra money to do water delivery. We don't know if we're going to get it, but we don't have the money to do it now. So we are begging for money to do water, to deliver water to residents. I get at least 5 calls per week begging for a truckload of water, begging for a drumload of water. 1 truckload of water costs in excess between $20,000 to $30,000.
So, wasn't there this big talk about places getting piped water the other day?
Yes, but how many of the places have gotten it? How many of the places have gotten it? It's not an easy road.
So, yeah, got cleared the road, but so what is your recourse? What steps what is your answer to this? What can you do?
All right, we're pressing along. For some of the issues, I would say call them minor issues, then I call on my friends, I dig deep in my pocket. The ones that I can't manage, we just have to wait on central government. Some street lights I've bought some of the solar lights. If I can afford some, I buy some, give some people, then put it up in some dark areas. Garbage collection. Get a little van, pick up some garbage here and there. Yeah. Same water distribution. Have a friend with a water truck, me beg him a load here and there. Those are some of the things we have to be doing.
There are some resources that come your way through the government coffers, though, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you have to use. You have to stretch that.
Stretch it. You have to stretch it, definitely.
Is it that there are no funds available? Or low funds?
Low funds. They are each council, I think, yes, get $5 million twice per year to do road maintenance. When you look at the roads, the little patching we have to do patching, because the $5 million can't do total resurfacing and no road, unless it's probably 20, 30, 40 meters of road. So you have funds coming to you, but as you said, more is needed. More is needed.
That not sound like it make much sense. It sounds penny wise and pound foolish. Because you just have to be constantly patching versus fixing and maintaining.
Total resurfacing, exactly.
Provost.
Yeah, Kevin, may I try to find the vase one? I not see it. They can't put it up for me. Somebody just mentioned it. Let them say people are dumb, dark, and stupid. I don't see it. Yeah, I look for that. Yes, sir. So it classify the situation for me as far as a projection 2 years from now. Hopeful or hopeless?
Come again. I didn't hear the question correct properly.
I said I'm going to give you 2 words, and I'm going to ask you to describe the situation. If you could project 2 years from now, hopeful.
To be honest, I'm still hopeful, you know. I've always been the one on the positive side, so better hopeful.
And why is that?
There's a saying, say, probably one day they will realize and see that one government is for the people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll leave it right there. and it can't be us who are trying to make ends meet to be there for the people. We just can't do what we're not able to do.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Wait there, me not see you.
That's because he wasn't hearing me, so I got him on my phone line.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to keep a watchful eye on the situation. So we're going to establish a relationship with you where you can let us know what's going on in real time so that we can highlight it, because the people deserve much better than what they're getting. Right? And I can understand the frustration with them coming to you and saying, well, we voted for you and we're voting for you and we're not getting the things that you promised that you would get done for us. I can understand that. But at the same time, they need to realize that your survival depends, when I say survival, meaning getting things done, depends to a large extent on central government. And, you know, the way politics is, they can choke you out of a position of comfort and triumph. They can do that by just not providing you with your resources and just turn the people against you.
Exactly.
Hoping that we can find a way to get around it. But give us some final thoughts.
As I said, I am in it already, and I am going to do what I can just to ease some of the pain, some of the burdens of these persons of the Nakpachi division.
Mm-hmm.
I will be trying my utmost best to meet their needs and not the greed. So I am pressing along.
Okay. All right, my brethren. Well, look, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for stopping by and sharing your thoughts and your experience with us, and also to inform and educate and highlight the issues affecting your division. And just know that you have a voice here on this platform, so that if you need to get something up, do not hesitate. We're here to assist. And we're here to assist not just you, but the people of the Nakpatrick division. I just love the name, Nakpatrick. I don't know, I just love the name. And I love the people. I know people from here too. Very good people, you know?
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
Right.
And as I said, yeah, man, anytime you can call on me, and I'll definitely keep you abreast as to the happenings in the Nakpatrick division.
Much appreciated, my brother. Take care of yourself. Be well. Regards to you and your family and the constituency.
Bless you.
All right. All right, folks. That was Councillor KARL Smith. And you heard about the trial and tribulations that he's going through just to get roads in his constituency. Politics is a hell of a thing, you know, it's a hell of a thing. And he didn't have to do it. But the man, you hear what he said? He said, I got involved because I wanted to help.
Yep.
And his regret that he cannot help the people.
Not being able to.
Yeah, that's his regret. You know, a lot of people that said, "Well, if we could have do it to him, I wouldn't bother, you know, knowing what we know." No, but that's not what he said. And KARL, my hat's off to you, sir, and continue doing what you're doing. At some point in time, something has to give, and I hope that it will give to your benefit and the people of the Nakpatrick division.
You see,
As Merlin would say, walk good and be safe. All right.
I want to ask a question. Is this brand Jamaica?
Is it branding Jamaica? That's what it should be. Is it branding Jamaica?
Right.
Is it branding? Because it's certainly not brand Jamaica. It's branding, not negative sense. So, yeah, I want to. That's how things are with these folks. Anyway, folks, here's what we're going to do now. We only have an hour. And what we want to do is this. We want to at least get the discussion going about a third party. But before we get to that, we want to talk about the buses situation, because a lot of you are concerned about what's going on with Minister Vaz and these buses. The buses that he purchased and the buses that he's about to purchase. And I just want to make this point, and I want to make it abundantly clear to everyone. Blame Minister Vaz. Blame him abundantly. Blame him. You can even blame him excessively for what's going on. But don't ever forget that Minister Vaz did not do this on his own. There's a body of legislators called the Cabinet. They approved the spending. There's also the Public Procurement Committee or Commission, PPC. They approved. So when you get ready to blame Minister Vaz, when you get ready to blame him, big that up. Is what that's happening, Iman Kevin, is that money or some document he's reading? I don't know.
It depends on how you look at it, because money has words and numbers, right? So it can be a document.
Well, when I'm looking at the back of it with the amount of writing, it looked like I tell you what, this is a cute way of doing it, because him can't say we give an impression say him stealing or anything like that, because if you look at the back of that, that's not money. So but anyway,
Jamaican money.
Yeah, but anyway. Anyway, it is a crying shame. It is a crying shame what the Jamaican people has fallen for. They fell for this nonsense about school bus coming from America that will be the panacea for all the problems with the rural school bus program. And they allowed Minister Vaz to condemn and tell them that he's using the American school buses because they are the hallmark of security. He told them that, and they believed him. There's a video I look for, I not see it. But I don't know why. I don't know why, my people, why we fell for this. We warned you, we told you, and we don't see the uproar that is deserving of this type of malfeasance in office, of incompetence. We don't see people coming out and complaining. We told you about the safety hazard the buses posed. We told you about the emissions. We told you about having the door right behind the driver, and the driver is the steering wheel is on the left side. We told you about all of these issues, and nobody came out to complain. Now, before we start this, let me just read you something that was written to me and sent to me by a man who knows a lot about the school, a man who lives in America, who knows a lot about the school buses that they're using in Jamaica. Here's what he said. He said school buses in the U.S. are made by two companies, International Bluebird and Thomas in that order. It's actually three, unless International and Bluebird, they merged. But essentially, and I know this for a fact, that school buses are made by three companies, International, Bluebird, and Thomas. The body designs are slightly different. chassis, weight, displacement, and electrical wiring, the same. They all carry the same engine and transmission, which is a Cummins engine made specifically for school buses in some school districts. In some school districts, the buses have a manual transmission to handle mountain regions. The National Transportation Safety Board says basically that these buses are no good after 500,000 miles or 12 years, whichever comes first. Now remember, a lot of these buses, and we're going to show you them, a lot of these buses, they're like 2010. That will make them 50. But I'm going on 16 years old. So you understand why they don't have them in America. He said that 500,000 miles or 12 years, whichever comes first, the buses are unfit for public transportation. The bus is designed to last for a limited lifespan. The buses' complete composition have not changed, with exception to cleaner technology elements added. The newly elected JLP of 1980, after sabotaging the JOS while in opposition, sought to change out the JOS fleet from Leland Victory Bus to the International School Bus type. I didn't know this, as it was cheaper to import US vehicles than European vehicles. A feasibility study was done with the government importing 2 international school buses for the JOS. The buses were tagged H1 and H2. They were tested on the circular X77 route. The performance was miserable. The bus struggled from halfway tree to Papine, loaded, broke down several times around Ellison Flats, and caught fire several times due to exertion, as it was not designed for continuous use, as a school bus is made for picking up and dropping off. The buses, those 2 buses, didn't last 3 years. They were taken out of service before JOS was closed. The conclusion was that those buses are not fit for Jamaica, and taking into consideration the feasibility study was done in Kingston, and those records are accessible to the government, as my source saw those records. Now the government is seeking to buy those same buses new. The wide turning radius, overhanging tail is just not suitable for Jamaica's terrain. There you have it from a gentleman who knows a lot about these buses. I didn't even know that they had a feasibility study done back then, and they had 2 of these buses in Jamaica. So here's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna play you some videos, and then I'm gonna show you something that I received 2 days ago from Minister Vaz's ministry. And one of the things we must keep in mind when we hear Minister Vaz, when you hear him talk, is this.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
Keep that in mind. Did Minister Vaz lie? All right, let's start with this one here.
As he would have said, we have been extended the JUTC services and also through Montego Bay Metro. The 12 buses that he spoke to are actually there and have been there for quite a few months. Those are now able to serve another 8 schools between Hanover and St. James. So, truth be told, between April 24 and January 25, the Montego Bay Metro I'm speaking to now, 31.68% of the ridership was kids, school children, about 210,000 rides over that period. So I'm just giving an impact of what it's doing and what it did for the enhancement of the school, the rural school system. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we have extended routes through JUTC in terms of St. Catherine, as you said, Clarendon, St. Thomas, St. Mary. We're now going to Castleton and Granby Hall. Yeah. And just today, we announced a new route, Nagahead to Spanish Town through Dunby Holding. So that also, although that's not a dedicated school bus, it ease the pressure of the children getting to school and also the cost. Because as you know, the JUTC part students don't pay, and the rates are between $20 and $50 for school children. So that also is huge in terms terms of the impact that that would have had.
So it's a commendable effort, Minister Vaz, that will hopefully bear fruit in the way that the Prime Minister and yourself and the team intend. I was curious as well about the aspect where the buses would be, in a lot of ways, the speed would be delimited on the buses to ensure that. So tell us a little bit about that. Yes.
Let me just give you. So basically, I've been grappling from I mentioned in May 2023 when I took the transport portfolio as how to implement a national rural school bus transport. The initial intention was to use the existing public passenger vehicles and give them a subsidy by government to be able to get the children from the districts to the schools. We worked several models, and the subsidy came up to billions of dollars to do it right across the 13 parishes. So the bottom line is that even now we're still working on that, but we just can't come up with a formula, even on a phase basis, that we will be able to sustain it in terms of the cost of it. So here comes an idea of using refurbished school buses, which is what he mentioned yesterday. These buses are manufactured in the United States and leased to the counties through the schools. So they are leased and they are serviced, a lease contract, which includes servicing, and at the end of the lease, they come back in. I got a call that there's 100 of them available, just out of the blue, because I bought one for Portland through my foundation for East Portland and West Portland. And I was doing a pilot project, but independent of the national school bus. I was doing this in my capacity as member of parliament. So I delved deeper into it and realized that I could buy the 100 buses from the manufacturer, refurbish them, and bring them to Jamaica and put them in at one time, 60 and 40. These buses are coming in all the time, so I can get more if I need, and I know I'll need more, but I'll come to that. So what are we going to do with these? We are going to put them on the major corridors. We're going to work with the schools, which I did in Portland already, through the Ministry of Education, to decide the corridors that these buses will ply.
Right, because that was going to be my question. Is it that the students are going to go to some central location based on the traffic that you see now?
The major townships and on the major corridors to the schools.
Okay.
That's the start. But let me just develop on the point I'm making. So basically, they will be able to take the bus, part students.
Wait, what just happened a while ago? Provost? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
What just going on a while ago?
I have no idea.
Okay, let's see if we can make it ongoing. That is so interesting. Okay, so I am back, and so is the provost. Okay, so we didn't lose anybody. All right,
so lost all of the videos though.
All the videos though, yes. So you want to bring that back?
All right, let me bring them on. Keep talking when I bring them on.
Right.
Explain to the folks what happened.
Listening. So what just happened, people? For those of you who are watching and wondering what's going on, everything just went blank. No, it could be because we were playing that video. Yeah, I think you should bring up that one first, Provost, and then we'll continue with that one, and then we can add the others.
Okay.
Yeah. So
As
we'll
he
get
would have
right
said,
back
we
to
have been I extended of it. So here comes an idea. So I delved deeper into it and realized that I could buy the 100 buses from the manufacturer, refurbish them, and bring them to Jamaica and put them in at one time, 60 and 40. These buses are coming in all the time, so I can get more if I need, and I know I'll need more, but I'll come to that. So what are we going to do with these? We are going to put them on the major corridors. We're going to work with the schools, which I did in Portland already, through the Ministry of Education to decide the corridors that these buses will ply.
Right, 'cause that was going to be my question. Is it that the students are going to go to some central location based on the traffic that you see now?
The major townships and on the major corridors to the schools.
Okay.
That's the start. But let me just develop on the point I'm making. So basically, they will be able to take the bus, part students, free of cost, and we are extending the same thing that we are doing with the JUTC, where kids will pay between $20 and $50 depending on the length of the route. But the good part about that is that right now, rural students are paying between $300 and $500 a day. Now, don't get me wrong, because they still have to get to the school bus. So there still is a cost to that. But to pay $20 or $50 is going to be a significant savings to the parents, which is going to total anywhere between $1,500 and $2,500 per week per student. Now, bottom line is that those buses will be operated by the schools. They get subvention, and the monies used from the subsidy will be used to continue to maintain them. So they will hire the drivers. We will train the drivers at JUTC through JUTC and Heart, and JUTC will also set up to help to maintain and service the buses so that we don't have the downtime. The buses
so the buses
will be used in the morning and parked and used in the evening. So it's not something that's going to be up and down all day, specifically to get the children to school and get them back home in the afternoon.
Professor, is that there?
Yeah, man. I'm here.
Let's pull up cock mode kill cock for me now, please. Let us see it. All right, folks, you hear all of that. Him say a lot of things right here. Him say that one, the buses will be operated by the schools. And then he said that, listen to how this came into being. Listen to how the school bus thing came into being. He, through his foundation, purchased a yellow American school bus. And he was using it as a pilot project in Portland. And then he got a phone call. Let me move this. Oh. All right, we have room for one more. We have room for one more now, Professor. And then he got a phone call, and he said that he was going to buy. He got a phone call saying, we have 100 buses. And so he said he was going to buy the buses from the manufacturer. And so on, and so on, and so on. Now, all right. I'm going to play you a couple of videos, and then I'm going to show you a document.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
And then I have to play this one again for you.
Did the minister lie?
Not did. He said the minister lied. And then this one.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce
Oh
They
my
are
God.
dark and they are stupid.
Because think about it. We have more videos, but he said a lot of things. But did you hear what he said? He said he got a phone call saying we have 100 buses. And he said, oh, I use one of those buses to my foundation to help out the children in Portland. So, yeah, I can buy 100 buses. Remember now, he said this was a priority for him when he came into office. No, it was a priority for him, and and somebody had to call him to say we have 100 buses. Why would somebody just call him out of the blue and say we have 100 buses? Think about that. Unless the person knew that he was looking for buses, unless the person was associated with the bus that he purchased or purchased through his foundation. Unless. People, don't be dumb, don't be dark, don't be stupid. The minister lied. Let me show you a document. What my document, like, Kev, boss.
Which one of them?
The access to information.
Well, actually, this is one of them that's one of them that was up. Was it that one or the 14?
No. The one that they responded to me. The one, the 30-something page one.
At the very bottom of the list of, not that list, all the way down.
This one? Request and response? No? Response?
Yeah, check that one.
This one. No, it's not this one.
No.
It must be that must be the next one.
The other one.
This one. Yeah. All right. We never do this. Didn't do this.
Right. Bigger.
Can't tell someone was never an artist, right?
I can tell that you chose a difficult way to do things.
All right, folks, keep everything that in mind what you hear from the gentleman, from the minister, right? We just a splice in this. Pay attention to this. All right, let me put on share screen. Okay, here we go. These people, I'm telling you, they really believe we're dumb, we're dark and stupid, and so they can put anything that they want. By the way, I want to big up this lady here. Where's she there? Miss Rose Thomas, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. Enough. This lady is trying to do the right thing, to provide information. And I know that there's what she's done is she's given me the impression that she's a very exact person. She's very professional. When you ask her for things, if you ask her for A, she's going to make sure you get A. Don't ask her for A thinking you're going to get B, C, D, and E, because she's only going to give you A. And I respect her. I respect her tremendously. And right after she sent me this, I sent her 4 more. What's interesting is that the 4 more that I sent her, they were sent from last year. And this is a failure of the system, their system, and I'll show you before we get into the details. First thing is, that's when, see the yellow there, February 26th, that's 2 days ago. They sent this to me, or it's dated 2 days ago. I think I got yesterday or the day before. But listen to this. Listen to this. Let me get it in a green, Kevin's favorite color. It says, look at this. The ministry wishes to place on record receipt of your email dated Thursday, July 24, 2025 at 6:37 p.m. as well as your follow-up dated January 17. So what that means is that I did not get a response, and I said, let me write them again, January 17, 2026. So make a look, let's check this out now. Thursday, July 24. Then we have August, September, October, November, December, January, February. They responded to me. 7 months later. Now, what does the law say? The law says you must respond within 30 days. 30 days, the law says. Section 7 of the Access to Information Act, Section 7, subsection 4, says you must respond within 30 days upon receipt of it. And it gives you an allowance of 30 days if you can't provide the results. So at the very latest, they should have responded to me by August. September, October, November, December, January, February. That's months waiting for them. And the law says this is what you must do. And that's why I'm calling out to the opposition, and I'm calling out to good thinking, well-meaning persons in the government to have a conversation regarding the access to information and to see how you can tighten and strengthen that law, because it's useless right now. They just do. I can show you emails, I can show you requests that I made more than a year ago, and they still haven't responded. They still have not responded. In fact, I can show you one where I was promised that you will get a response by the end of September of last year. And I'm still waiting. Wait, if you don't believe me, look at this. Oops. Right there. All right, this is Kevin. Hold on. All right, look at this one here.
Not that one. That one?
Yeah, look at this one here.
Okay.
Look at this one. I'm just diverting a little bit, right? Look at this. This one went to the Jamaica Trade Board. Why? Because if you recall, the Jamaica Trade Board said that they were granting permission for 110 new buses, and they said it was based on a letter that Minister Vaz had sent to them. So I said, well, you know what? Let me see the letter. Because remember, they were saying that, no, it was a mistake. But I said in the reference line, when you put something in the reference line, that's a title. You know, that specifies the whole thing, right? So let me see the letter. So I wrote to them and said, give me the letter. You see the date right here? See the date right here? August 14, right? And this is the gentleman in charge of it, Dr. Major Retired Hugh Blake. And look at what he said. I'm writing to formally acknowledge receipt of your access to information request, which was initially received by the Jamaica Trade Board Limited on the 25th of July, 2025. However, due to an inadvertent omission, I don't know what that means. When they say inadvertent omission, they must say oversight, but we know what that means. We know what that means. We did not receive the questions until the 13th of August, which is fine. You know, it's less than a month later.
So and because they're file 30.
Yeah, and he said, please be assured that we are actively preparing our response. Given the delay in receiving the full scope of the request, it would not have been feasible to meet the So he's aware of the statutory deadline, the 30-day period, based on the original submission date of 17 July 2025. Nonetheless, we remain committed to providing a comprehensive reply. Look at this, my people. No later than 12th of September 2025. No later than the 12th of September 2025. I had to write this gentleman this week, yesterday, day before yesterday, and say, sir, my request went in on the 25th of July. And here it is now that you promised that you would get it to me by September of last year. October, November, December, January, February. 5 months into it and I still don't hear from you. So we're still waiting. We're still waiting. So let me get back to the document that we're on. Is it this?
I bet you any money. Him have an August calendar on him desk.
Of course. Of course.
It's the only way.
Yeah. But so look at this one now, people. This is a different one. This is the one now where we're talking about school buses, right? Look at this. So the ministry, they're telling me now, we receive your request, Mr. Rattigan, on or about July 24, 2025. And we're just responding to you now in February 2026, right? Here now. Please be advised that the matter came to the attention of the ministry's documentation on February 4, 2026. So where was it from the time me sent it from July till February? Where was the request?
I had asked this question before, and I'm going to ask it again. So the law states that you have 30 days and an additional 30 days, maximum 60. Or else what?
That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. They need to refine it and give it some teeth. Or else what is that you have to go file it to a tribunal. I have about 6 cases in front of the tribunal, some of them going back years, and the tribunal has never reached out to me. They haven't decided a single one. Now, some cases that I've sent to them, I've withdrawn because I got the answer. But I still pending. I think I have about between 5 and 6 cases with them. And I haven't heard from them. Now, at one point, they did not have the tribunal was defunct. The term of employment ended for most of the people, and it just that was it. There was no tribunal. Since then, they've appointed people now, and it's up and running, and I haven't heard anything. But I want you to take a look. Remember what I said, what Minister Vaz said. Look at the question. Please provide documentation. This was last year, July. Remember when we only heard about 26 buses. Please provide documentation evidencing the number of buses that the ministry paid for or will pay for by September 8th. This was, remember now, this is July. So I remember at that point in time, we had an invoice floating around with 26 buses. So here's the response. When I said, how many buses will the ministry pay for? They said 26 buses. Here it is right here, right? And I said, of the 110, please let me know how many of them the government received as gifts or discounted by the seller or agent of the ministry. So it said, the response, no buses were provided as gifts or at a discount by the seller or agent of the ministry. Now we know that can't be true, because when you're buying 100 buses, there will be this. We know that.
Yep.
You're not going to buy 100 buses at full price. We know that. And moreover, the buses were used. So we'll go again and we'll say, please provide information evidencing the source of the buses. People, remember what Minister Vaz said, you know. He said, I got a phone call that there were 100 buses available, and he said, I was going to buy them from the, I'm buying them from the manufacturer. Remember? So I asked them now, please provide documentation evidencing the source of the buses. Dealer, where did they get it? Dealer auction. Here what it says, the ministry was not responsible for sourcing the buses. The ministry entered into a contract for the supply and delivery of 110 buses. So what they're saying, and we're going to play a video. We're going to play a video where Minister Vaz said he was responsible for this. He was responsible. He said, I crossed the T's and I dot the I's because I know, you know, my name is a lightning rod for criticism, critique. He said words to that effect. Let's move on and go to 4. Please provide documentation regarding the number of buses that were purchased in Florida. And they said, we entered into a contract to purchase 110 buses, and we didn't identify where the buses should come from. I asked them about Georgia. They said the same thing. Pennsylvania, New York, never. You know why we're asking? Because we know that some of the buses came from. Remember, you don't ask questions unless, generally speaking, unless you know the answer. So we know that. Here's the next one. Please provide documentation evidencing that the procurement of the buses was done in compliance with the Procurement Act. It says the proposal for the procurement was conducted in accordance with the Act. That is not true because Minister Vaz said in another conversation, he said, I am the one who responsible for it. And guess what? Under these regulations, you know who's responsible for procuring the buses? It's the procurement officer. Minister Vaz is not a procurement officer. Minister Vaz is, I repeat, Minister Vaz is not a procurement officer. They had a procurement officer. You will see him later on. Look at this. That guy, that gentleman, he's gone now, is the chief technical director for corporate services. He's responsible for buying the buses. And I asked, was he involved in the procurement of the buses? And you know what they said? They said that the position was vacant. Now, we have the vacancy notice, and we're going to go back and check because we don't think that this thing here, we don't think that this answer is a good answer. We're going to check. And therefore, she said, at the time of the procurement, it was vacant, and therefore no individual held this position within the ministry. So the question then is, if the procurement officer is not available, then who's responsible for procuring the buses? Guess what? It is not Minister Vaz. There is a permanent secretary. It is not Minister Vaz. So that, again, the question is, did the minister lie? So please provide documentation evidencing that Minister Vaz was involved. And they said, look at this. Remember, no, you're the man said, me get the phone call, And later on him said, it's me cross the T's and dot the I's so we could get the buses. So I asked, give me evidence that he was involved in the procurement of the buses. Look at the response. The ministry has no records or documentation indicating that Minister Vaz was involved in the procurement of the 110 buses. So what about his public statements? Those are records. Those are records. So she said, we don't know. So them tell me, say, if you have any more information, feel free to contact us. So Miss Thomas, I'm telling you people, she's written to me several times. She's responsible for disseminating information from the ministry. And I can tell you that it's a pleasure working with her. And I'm sure I'm going to get to the bottom of this with her because she appears to be a straight shooter. She's going to give me the information. Now, I don't want them. Some people might say, well, yeah, talk about it and they're going to move her. Well, let them move her because guess what? They moved the chief technical director, the one who's supposed to answer the questions about the procurement. So we will know when they move them. Now, look here now. So them send me information now about the buses. Buses are now. The buses left Port of Miami, Florida. 26 used American school buses. And that's not true. Because guess what? Two of them left from Port Canaveral. So when them tell you all of them left from Florida, that's not true. Did the minister lie? Or did the ministry lie? Did the minister and the minister lie? Now look at this. They went now to inspect the buses. Look who was there. El Hydro. I didn't know El Hydro was in the business of inspecting. El Hydro is a lubrication company. Lubricants.
Lubricate the bus or lubricate the deal. One of them are gonna make the thing slide through easy.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They have people from JUTC. They know about lubrication of buses. They know that. They don't need El Hydro. But El Hydro went. And they said they went for 26 used American school buses located at the Port of Miami. And as I said to you before, there were buses of the 26. Some of them left from Port Canaveral. They did not leave from Miami.
It's further up the way.
And look at this. Here are the people who went. No, people. Remember, no, look. They said representatives from El Hydro and JUTC. El Hydro and JUTC.
Correct.
Look. They're now going to describe who went. They just tell us representatives from El Hydro and JUTC. And they went on to say, no, we're going to give you the names and tell you where they're from. Who is this Paul Abrahams? This man here, outside advisor. Who is he on the El Hydro team? Who is he?
Advisor.
It says outside advisor.
Yeah, I'm advisor on the outside of the bus.
My goodness gracious.
How to lubricate outside the bus.
And then they have Ratcliffe, Morgan, and Barrington Brown. Look at this thing. They said that they inspected the buses for all of these mechanical, body, chassis. The reason why I'm going to show you this, people, is because we have now come into possession of information that a lot of these buses have broken down. They're inoperable. A lot of these buses, them park. They're parked. Look at this. All 26 buses were found to be mechanically sound. So you don't know what happened now. Me now with my fast self, send them the other one. I don't know if I put with that Kevin, the one where I asked them the 14 things.
Yeah, but it need a touch up.
All right. Well, we can leave that till next week.
Especially given the time. No.
The exterior and body panels were in good condition with minor seat consistent with age and usage. I mean, with minor damage. No major dents or structural issues were observed. Windows and doors were intact and functional. Chassis and undercarriage, no structural damage. Everything fine. You see what going on, people? All of them things, everything fine on them buses there now, and the buses them not running now. And them they are doing a year. So it goes back to the thing that I read to you from the expert, the gentleman who sent me the thing. I said, these buses, them not make for the Jamaican terrain. There are problems with these buses. Same say, all 26 buses met the standard, required standard for export and operational readiness. And the inspection team is satisfied. The buses have been cleared for shipment. Right. So they said, when we get to Jamaica, listen to this. You send a team of 4 people to inspect 26 buses. First thing is that we don't know how long they were there to inspect these buses, and we don't know who paid for them trip. Then they said, on arrival in Jamaica, conduct.
Who sent them? Who said Who sent them?
We don't know. Well, the ministry sent them.
Then the ministry pay for it.
There you go. And look at this. So they went and did an inspection at the port of Miami. So now they must ship the buses off. And them said, when they come to Jamaica, we have to do another inspection. People, this makes sense.
Yeah, because you inspect it before and after delivery.
Before the trip. So there's something it will rust and rotten, and the undercarriage and the chassis and the suspension and everything will go mash up before it reaches Jamaica. From
the same bus. They're doing due diligence.
All right.
Commend the people.
So them send inspection checklist. They might have a big problem. We are showing a document when we craft. When we crafted and sent it off. Well, yesterday or the day before, you're going to see that document. And I'm telling you, they can't answer that. Them can't answer them questions there. So the VIN identification records. Now, here are the buses, the 26. Right? Now, remember, now we know. Hear the man say, anything past 12 years, the American system said, we don't want any bus but past 12 years. Look at all of these buses. Look at the year. 2010, 2010, 2010, 2010, 2010, 2010, 2010, 2010, 2010, 2010, 2010. Watch out. 2010. Oh, we are step up in life. 2011. Wow. 2011. 2011, you know, what that tells you is that the bus is at its end. It's at the end of its useful life. The bus done. 2014. That bus is finished this year, you know. It's finished. 2015, that bus will be finished next year. So one so far good. Then we have 2014. That they're not good. We have 2015. That good. Right? Then we have another 2014. Then we have 2015. We have 5 buses out of the 26. 5 where we still have like a year left. 5 buses will still have like a year left. A year left, my people. Right? We could go down further. Yeah. We have things I go show no man. Hold on there. See them claims to them because you know what happened now, Kevin? We have people in Jamaica now who take picture of the buses and they might give me the VIN numbers and everything. So we can say what they don't want us to see. We can see the buses that are parked because they mash up.
Right.
And all of these buses, them claim say every one of them satisfactory. You know what I would like to know? I would like to know of all the buses that they've looked at, the 81 so far, did they look at buses that they rejected? Because we don't hear nothing about that. No rejection. Everything, if you look right here, paint condition, windshield, everything is satisfactory. No issues with none of these buses, so these buses should not be in the garage.
Wait, hold on.
After getting there just a few months.
What is the measure of standard to make it satisfactory?
We don't know.
Or I should say the standard of measure.
Don't know. And see, so I have for the 26 buses, I have the inspection checklist. So we are going to check this checklist now, Kevin, against the buses that are parked. And we also asked them, since it's 81 buses, we said we need the rest. We need the inspection for the remainder of the buses. These are all. So everything is fine right here now. Everything, look, people, everything is fine. Every single one of the buses, no problem. And they even go as far as to say them verify information, them verify service history provided, export compliance verified. Okay, Sita. See there, we have the records, Kevin. We have the records. See there, we have the records. Every single one of the buses. Every single one of them. All right, we have the records. So now the question is this, based on what we've seen, the question is this.
Did the minister lie?
I guess that's not a question. I guess that's not a question. We have more. The
statement is the minister lied. The question is, did the minister really lie?
Well, hold on. Let me go back. They didn't put the price on it. They didn't put the prices on the buses, did they? No.
Why would they?
Let me explain something to my people. I am getting it from good source that, in the words of my dear friend Jeffrey Tavares, some hanky panky went on with these. Some hanky panky went on with these voices. Are we going to bring the hanky panky to light? Because if you look there, you don't see prices on the buses, but we have the invoice with the prices. And some of these buses, well, let me show you what these buses are. Let me show you a 2010 bus. Here's
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm sitting in the back of the bus, but not the back of the class. In fact, I can teach this class, and this class...
Let me go further. Skip that.
This bus, ladies and gentlemen, is in excellent working condition. Now let's talk about the price of this bus. But before we talk about the price, one of the things we're not going to do, we're not going to night the bus them. No. And in fact, we have a quarter. It's not an imperial quarter, it's a regular quarter, and we have a little flask here. This was made for another purpose, not to night buses and rub it. If you're sick, yeah, but to come out and night buses, no, we don't use this for that purpose. We have another purpose for that. Now, people complain and they say I'm a liar because there's no way you can get a bus for $1. Well, let me show you something. This is the title for bus 59. This is the Maryland title for bus 59. Take a good look at it. And we have redacted some identifiers because we don't want people to be identified. So, but the essentials are there. This is the title for this bus. Now, for those of you who said that you can't get a bus for $1, I said it, but I didn't provide you with the proof. And so it's a fair question, and it's probably a fair assessment that maybe I'm lying. Well, there's a proof. There it is right there. Ladies and gentlemen, $1.
Ladies and gentlemen, $1 for the bus. $1 for the bus. $1 for the bus.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
We're not get the sound on that, but that's fine.
You know what I wanted to play?
And then
press the button.
Can I hear you?
I want you to press the button. Second from the bottom.
Nah, I hear you.
What do you mean you not hear me? I'm there. My sound gone down low. Can you hear me now?
Still not hearing you.
Me not understand. I was here.
Still not hearing you.
And everybody else can hear me.
Everything, you can hear me, right? Yeah, I can't hear you at all. Let me see if I can. Remember, we'll just show you the flask, the rum flask, and the thing. Let me see.
The doors have been retrofitted from the right hand side to the
Sean Fritz said we're hearing both of you, but I can't hear Kevin. Kevin, no, I can hear Kevin. Kevin cannot hear me.
I'm hearing you.
I can't hear the video.
Wait, hold on.
Video. Dollar.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I don't know when your thing up on mute a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to can hear everything now. What was I saying to you? Cheese and peas. No, I forget. Train line, DARYL. My trainer thought DARYL.
People, we have so many things around here to deal with this thing here. But time is against us. We only have 9 minutes, 10 minutes left. Less than that, actually, for Kevin. So, let me see if I can hear
side.
Fall on me.
Let me go back. Let me go back to my own.
59. Look at the details.
Let me go back to this, Kevin.
Let me show you something. We have a quarter. It's not an imperial quarter. It's a regular quarter. And we have like a flask. This was made for another purpose, not to night buses and rub it. If you're sick, yeah. But to come out on night buses, no. We don't use this for that purpose. We have another purpose for that.
Folks, we're not going to show any more video. We'll just make a comment. I won't even get to the third party thing. Let me just say this, right? The Minister of Health said so far, as of January, 80 something buses are in Jamaica. Of the 100, 82 or 81 of the 110. And it is a crying shame that mainstream media hasn't seen it fit to ask him, where are the rest of the buses? You told us that all the buses. Look, all right, hold on. If you do not believe me, let me show you this. Wait there. It's
100 safe, secure, and fit-for-purpose buses have been purchased as part of the planned rollout. It's actually 110. 100 will go into the system and 10 will be held back for contingency in order to make sure that we have buses to replace existing buses for whatever reason. 26 buses are in Jamaica.
14 additional buses arrived on Saturday of last week. 4 more are en route to Jamaica, and 18 more will be delivered on July 14th, and 28 each will be delivered on the 22nd of July and the 30th and the 29th of July. So, in essence, all 110 school buses will be here by the end of July.
You hear that?
And when I came to that ministry in 2020, people's memories are short, but that ministry was and the entire ministry team. Or communities that depend on connectivity to function, and families as to where we are. Operations coming successfully at the start of 26 school term, with buses running on schedule and without disruption. In anticipation of increased demand, additional drivers were recruited and boarded. As of January 26, 82 rural school buses are available and fully deployed across.
You muted now.
So, in essence, all 110 school buses will be here by the end of July.
Why you muted? You muted. You are muted. You are muted.
Yeah, having seen that evidence, the question is this.
The minister lie.
People, listen. We have to go cut now because DJ Kevin Steele has arrived. We're going from the professor to now DJ Kevin Steele from 8 until 10. I can categorically tell you that I will be on this platform from 10 to midnight, and we're going to play Sly and Robbie Productions. That's what we're going to play. Sly and Robbie Productions. I'm sorry I didn't get to the third party thing. We'll get to that. And the bus thing, we still haven't done justice to it. There is so much more that we have to give you. And listen, we don't get all the buses. We don't have an accounting for the money. And now the cabinet has approved for him now to get what, 2 billion? It went from 1.4 to 2 to now go buy new buses. People, this is a travesty. This is deplorable. This is unconscionable. This is stealing. You remember what Senator Dana Morris Dixon said? She said, you have what? Misinformation and disinformation, and they're fancy words for what? Lies. They're fancy words for lies. No, Merle, I'm not sleep it out. You know, so I'm fresh and ready, man. I'm fresh and ready. Good to go. So people,
come dollar wide with me, people. Come dollar wide with me.
We have a lot more. Let me see if we can give them a piece of what will come tonight, Kevin. Hold on. Let me give them.
Hi, this is Joanna Marie, and only one voice does this to me. It's Ratty. Relax with the rebel. You know the vibe.
Yes, indeed.
He's bad. He's bold. Yes, he's unforgettable. He's the rebel.
Yes, indeed. So tune in tonight. Tune in tonight. What's that? Kevin.
Boy, I tell you. That's why people talk about the cascades, you know.
Well, my music now play, Kevin. May I play it on... Oh, shoot. Sorry. Hold on.
This guy.
No.
You're going to unplug the thing and then say it now, play.
See there? People, when they are shout it out from the mountaintop. And when I stop. I saw we steal. Big up yourself, Kevin Steele. They're going to catch a vibe there now. So we talk. I defend the people themselves by spotting. People politicians.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.